A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, because tonight is going to be the final night for qualification through to Champions Week here in Series 4 at the MODUS Super Series. A big night, a big occasion, and we have Phil Bars and Scott Mitchell alongside me here to talk all about it. Phil, it's been some weeks so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, everything was on the line this week. Players knew, last chance, no second chances, and it's delivered. I can't wait for tonight.
And Scott, we saw you here on Monday. You kind of bookended the week here at this Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this evening?
Well, from what I've seen most of the week, obviously you keep touch of what's going on because we're here on a Saturday night. And it's been pretty enthralling watching, actually. Every sort of group has gone down to the wire.
Indeed it has. Well, let's round up what we have seen then over the course of the last 5 days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It began on Monday with Group A, where the Dutchman Jerome Meok secured his passage through to Saturday night. It was a tight, tense affair with both Martin Adams and Conor Heenahan breathing down his neck. But Scott, you fancied Jerome Meok right from the get-go. You had previous experience in playing him, and I'll tell you what, your tip came out right.
Well, the bookies had him at 5-1 for the group, and I thought that was a bit long, really, for the talent that he has. He's somebody that I've noticed coming through, like the Challenge Tour and associate member qualifiers for the Euro Tours, and he really impressed me. So I thought he was going to go well, and he held on to his nerve. He started so slow as well in Group A. He played his mate in Gino Voss, who had lost all his gear and was playing in port trousers and everything else, and he lost that game, that first game of the week. But I think after that, he then developed and shone through and came through as group winner.
So that was Group A, and those were the honours of Jerome Meok with a ton-plus finishing frenzy in there as well. So he was the first player to qualify through to Saturday night's finals. The rest of the field from Group A were divvied up into Group B and Group C, respectively. Now, let's begin with Group B, because that was our focus and attention on Thursday and Friday, respectively. And it was Scott Brett Claydon, the man who came out on top.
Yeah, one again. He's just recently lost his tour card. He's got the pedigree, you know. When I saw him in that group, I thought, you know, he's going to be there and thereabouts, because, you know, you're trying to prove something all the time. Every time you drop off the Pro Tours, you're looking to get back in. And this is the best place to be training yourself again, to be up to speed, to go back and get your card. So he struggled here last time he came. This time he made no mistake.
Well, that was in qualifying there against Martin Adams. Even though he was the player who topped the group, Phil, you have to say Conor Heenahan probably put in the best performances of anyone in Group B. Yeah,
absolutely. Brett Claydon was the consistent member of Group B, but the star moments, that little bit of magic dust came from Conor Heenahan. We saw it on the Thursday night. Was it 4 ton-plus finishes in one game? He was just outstanding. We had the 170 as well. He's the one that has the explosiveness to blitz tonight. Has he got the consistency? Is another thing, but if in terms of a one-off performance, he's the man that has all the tools.
And in terms of Group C, Scott, we're going to have a look at that now. It was Lewis Gurney who was the dude in that particular group. 14 points to his name, and it was a slow start to his week, but he's got better as the days have gone along.
Yeah, he really struggled in Group A. He really struggled to deal with what was going on. I saw him on Tuesday night at the Southampton Darts League, and we were there, and I said, you're in a position now where you need to start afresh and really give it a go. And that's exactly what he did. He jumped on it and sort of like made Group C his own.
Took full advantage of that opportunity, that is for sure. So those are the qualifiers for Saturday night's finale. So let's just confirm the 6 players we're going to see in action this evening. The final 6 players that can put themselves a spot at Champions Week, Phil, and who automatically, when you look at those lists of names, stand out for you?
Robert Thornton obviously jumps off the page because of his pedigree, what he's won. Recently, he's back-to-back seniors world champion. His time in the PDC, he has all the star quality you need. However, there is a cloud over him because of his record here on finals night. He gets here all the time. We know that. But now we ask him the question, Robert, is this the time? And I'm sure he's getting sick of answering it as well. But he's the one that I look at, can do it. But I'm excited for Conor Heenahan. As I said earlier, I think that he's the one that could explode into life and potentially do a Luke Littler.
Most certainly that. So those are the 6 players involved. These are how the groups break down for this evening's session. So Group A sees Jerome Meok, Dan Reed and Conor Heenahan in action, whilst Group 2 has Lewis Gurney, Brett Claydon, Robert Thornton. What's your opinions on those particular groups, Scott?
Well, look, they're tough groups by the time you get here. You've got rid of the guys that aren't on form. These guys will all be feeling good. So that's the one thing you've got to watch. As we were saying, I do fancy Lewis Gurney to be a bit of a shock in that Group B. I really do. I think that this could be his thing. He's got here now, and he's just got he's a knockout type player, and I think that could suit him.
So those are the groups. Let's see what the odds compilers think about tonight's proceedings at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, pretty much from the first start, Conor Heenahan has been the bookmakers' favourite. Scott, rightly so in your view?
Well, exactly what Phil's just said. He has the potential and he has the game to actually do it. Has he got... That's why he keeps getting made. He was favourite for Group A on Monday. He is the name here, you know, the one that has that little bit of stardust, that star quality. But you can't rule out Rob Thornton. You can't rule out Miok. He got through that Group A, which was a tough group. You know, Adams, Connor was in it as well. So, look, I don't think we're any otherwiser who's going to come through it.
Is there any value in the betting for you tonight, Phil, in that field?
Well, you have to say Brett Claydon, because of his consistency. He may not have that top end where he can go through the gears, but he's going to be at a level that we know what to expect. And for him to be the outsider of the six, I find that slightly strange, I'm not going to lie. I think they've got that one wrong. I'd have him second or third favourite, personally.
Well, that is what the bookies think. What have you been thinking at home? Because it is time for the bet builder. Now, this is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchanges. And we put it into a handy little acca for you. It pays just under 7 to 1. Phil, what's your thoughts on these selections tonight?
Yeah, look, I look at selection one. I just think Thornton may have a little bit too much experience for Brett. First time he's made it here to a Saturday night. So on Thornton experience, I like. Then Thornton on the handicap against Gurney. I just think that Thornton's scoring power may be too much for him. Leg-on-leg scoring pressure, I think. So that's why we've gone for the handicap on that one. And we've seen across the week, Heenahan is a 180 machine. So over 1.5 against Miok. I think that game's got legs. So I quite like that one as well. At a good price, nearly 7 to 1.
So those are the bet builders for tonight. Remember, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. But it is high time for the action to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 6 pool stage fixtures for you between now and around about 10 o'clock this evening. Now, the players, as I say, split up into 2 groups. We're going to kick off with the battle of the player who won Group A and the player who came second in Group C. It is Jerome Miok in action up against Dan Reed. So let's get the action underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But before we do that, let's hear from both players. Jerome, Saturday night here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah. Now, I was very bored the last 2 days. I didn't know what to do. I have to wait, but yeah, you know, I'm just relaxing and take some rest for tonight. So, yeah.
How did you find your Group A campaign?
Yeah, was better than my first time here at the MODUS Super Series. So yeah, the first day was good. I win 4 games. Second day, I think I give myself too much pressure for the win. I thought, yeah, if I win 4 matches today, then maybe still Group A winner. But no, yeah, I win 2 games the second day. Sorry, and the last day I win 4 games, and yeah, it was enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And,
what do you think you've learnt from the first time here that you've taken into this occasion at the Super Series?
Yeah. Don't give yourself so much pressure. Enjoy that you can play here at the MODUS Super Series. And if you enjoy it and the darts will be with you, then it's good. Then you play your best game. Yeah.
Now into Saturday. Surely the goal's got to be to win it, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. You always have to. You always want to win it. Yeah, of course. So I do my best. I'm enjoying it, and then we will see it. Yeah.
We wish you all the very best, Jerome. Good luck.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Dan, back at Saturday night here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it, to be fair, because I haven't played my best on a Saturday night down here, so hopefully I can do a bit of justice tonight, which, looking forward to it.
You must feel like a little bit of an experienced campaigner at this Saturday night stuff now, mustn't you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've been here a few times, but it's all different every time. So hopefully it goes well tonight.
What would be your overall assessment of the week so far?
Well, if you'd have asked me Tuesday, then it'd been a lot different to yesterday. But like I said, I changed my equipment and I played well the last 2 days. So confidence going into tonight.
Do you feel like you're playing your best stuff at the right time of the week?
100%. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So just see what happens.
We always know that the Dan Reed fan club are here in force. Still managed to bring a few down tonight?
Yeah, it's got my family down, but it's Berkshire presentation night tonight, so a few of them obviously can't be here. So, yeah.
I'm sure they'll be cheering you on from there. Dan, all the very best.
Cheers, Emery. Thank you.
Fair to say, Jerome Milk has been waiting for this occasion, hasn't he? Right, let's get Saturday night underway at the Super Series as the Dutch winner of Group A takes on Dan Reed. It's yet another Saturday night appearance for him, and it's yet another Saturday night appearance for Scott Mitchell. He's becoming Mr. Saturday here at the Super Series as he joins Phil Bars for commentary of tonight's action.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome along, everyone. Week 12, everything on the line tonight, Scott. No second chances. Champions Week will be on their minds.
Yeah, it's last chance saloon, isn't it? And let's not forget, Champions Week starts on Monday. So it's only 2 days. You know, it's going to be a day's rest for whoever gets through this tonight. And they'll be looking to play again very shortly in the week. So it's an exciting night. Week 12 is always a difficult one. We're in Series 4 now. So 1 or 2 have won weeks before. But these two young fellas, they didn't shine right at the start of the week in Group A. But they both found their way to Saturday night. As the week went on for Miok, he started to get better and better. And
first. Game
Dan
on.
Reed, I believe, has made a little change in his equipment, and he found that very successful for the last 2 days of the week.
Yeah, he did. And what you were saying there, the old story is you don't pick up cups and checks on day one.
No, you certainly don't. And
46.
Jerome travelled, I've seen management with Gino Voss, and Gino lost his gear and everything flying over on getting here on Monday on Sunday.
100.
And I don't think his equipment and everything arrived till Friday night. You know, so he was feeling pretty bad for his mate and lent him stems and everything, and then had to play him first game on Monday morning. It was just a horrible situation for the pair of them.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. We can see the Dan Reed equipment change back to the older stuff that he's used to.
134.
And one thing I just looked at there, the Yoramiok dart. It's quite a long javelin, isn't it? Those points are very long.
93.
I think he did tell me. I think he said they were 48 mil. I think somewhere up around 48 millimeter point. So it's what he's used. Like I say, at the top of the show, I've played him a couple of times in sort of Euro tours and bumped into him in Challenge Tour. He's a real jovial fella. You saw in his interview, he likes to have a smile and a laugh. But yeah, that's an extremely
100.
long point on that dart, and but it works for him. He's made it here Saturday night, and I have to say, he turned me over once or twice. He has, so with those long points, so he knows what he's doing.
95.
And, you know, he believes in himself, and
125.
Saturday night is the night to start believing. If you've not been.
Is he going to stay there? Is he going to risk it? That's the danger on the 125. It looks sat there pretty, but you've got to avoid the dart.
126.
You have, but I think it's still a good setup. But Dan Reed's going to surely make sure of the big 19. He does, so he gets a chance at the bullseye himself.
101. Jerome, you require
First opportunity for Reed goes missing. Miok looking at 88 for a hold in the opener.
Game shot on the first
And that's clinical. That's what you want.
Miok.
Game number 1, leg 1. You don't want to be faffing around. Get the leg 1 in the ledger
leg, it
early.
stands to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it is.
100.
Saturday, having played on a Saturday night a few weeks back, I think it was week 7. The week building up to it is kind of like the floor show. It's kind of you feel
20.
like you're trying to get to that Saturday night for your best game to come out, but the games are so short they can pass you by if you're not right on it and you're not mentally right on the Saturday night. It's a very difficult
90.
thing to do, particularly if you lose your first game as well in this mini group session that you have on a Saturday.
Yeah, you look at it.
123.
The group stages mean everything. So look, everyone wants to win. That's plain and simple. But if you can't get hammered in this opening game, because then
45.
game 2 is almost impossible.
So if you're not careful, you try to play it as a damage limitation game. That's exactly what you do. And you come up
100.
thinking, well, I know that I need a couple of 3 legs here, minimum requirement. And you can come up there looking for that and end up going down to 0 because the game passes you by before you know it. And also, so unless you've won Group A, the Group A winner obviously gets the darts as well. And as you know, with every dart player, we'll always back ourselves with the darts every time.
So
44. Dan, you require 127.
Dan Reed doesn't need to go for the bullseye route because Miok's not on a finish. Just needs to think about this, set the play up.
87.
I like that. Good ball management from Dan Reed. We'd seen Cavaliers and Maverick, shall we say, perhaps go for it and end up
43.
chasing around
Dan,
in the
you require
25 and putting
40.
themselves in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And because he
Game
left
shot on the
himself a double,
second row.
it
Dan
made
Reed.
Miok struggle a little. And now Miok can hear that Dan Reed's got one or two locals in the crowd
Third leg, it's Jerome
Looking-
to throw first. Game on.
for him to win this one. But he's got to break a throw. He's got to break the throw.
Yeah, and the same as Miok, Reed
99.
will be happy. The finishing was clinical. Because that's perhaps the one criticism of Dan's game, that once he starts missing doubles, that carries on into his other games.
100.
Yeah, but I can tell you, I've been at a pro tour when Dan got promoted into the pro tours, and he absolutely walloped me, and he had 6 darts at a double, 6 legs. So
131.
he has that side of him as well.
Yeah, it's about mentality, isn't it? If you feel good, you feel you're going to hit every time.
60.
But also, Dan Reed needs to find something here on the Miok throw. He needs to make Miok uncomfortable on throw, where at the moment it's all a little bit easy for him.
180.
Yeah, 100% agree with that, Phil. He's, Dan can't go to this with an attitude of, I've got to hold my throw, which yeah, you have.
83.
But when you've only
Jerome
start 3
Require,
throws, you've
91.
got to break one. So you've got to put the pressure on at some point. And I think he
Game
held his
shot
own
on the
throw
third
very
leg.
well.
Jerome
And that's
Miok.
a nice 11 dart leg and hold a throw for Miok. And that's him saying, I'm
Fourth
not
leg,
giving
it
my
stands
throw
to
up.
throw first.
Yeah, 11 dart leg, including a maximum. That says to everyone else in the practice room as well,
100.
I'm the man to beat, because there's a TV on there, and I know you all say you don't watch, but you can't help have a quick glance out the corner of your eye. What's going on?
100.
Well, when I was here that week, there's a chair by the door on the way in on its own on a little table, and I came in first every day and jumped on that chair away from everybody and tried to stay away from the computer with the group stages on it and what you were
100.
doing, and the TV in the corner. Obviously you can see when somebody's going 180, everybody in the room gets excited. The rest of the players that are left in the room. So you're right,
83.
but for me, I tried to ignore it, and I've been on commentary when Leonard Gates has been here, and he sat in the very same seat and popped his earphones in and not really taking a lot of notice about what's going on.
100.
So you can get away from the rest if you want to do it that way, or if you want to join in with the others as a table and you sit round and have a chat. It's quite a fun place to be
58.
when everybody gets on in that players' room here at Super Series.
So what you're saying is it's a scramble to get in first for that one seat.
Well, no, because I think most of the other guys want to sit where they sit. I mean, it wouldn't have worried me where I sat. It wouldn't have worried me at all.
60.
But it worked for me on the first time I was, the first day that I came in, and it worked on the second. So, yeah.
A little bit of a missed
29.
opportunity there
Daniel
for Euro
Require,
Miok.
141.
With Dan Reed on 141, a 140 from Miok would have applied pressure there. So I think that's a missed opportunity. But he's going to let Dan Reed set this up for a fourth comfortable holder throw.
81.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And Dan, a Berkshire County player, came down and played at Dorset this year.
100. Daniel
And,
requires 60.
Missing his presentation tonight, we saw from his interview. Tops it is for
Game
Dan
shot on
Reed.
the
And
fourth leg.
once again,
Dan
he's
Reed.
comfortably held his own there, but really more to do with Miok not putting any pressure on him than
Fifth leg, it's Jerome to
than
throw
Dan having
first.
an
Game on.
outstanding leg. Although a 17 dart leg is a good leg for a holder throw.
Yeah, they've both been very comfortable so far.
100.
It's interesting that Dan didn't have to move on that 60. We've seen such an easy shot become difficult because of the lie of that first dart in the 20.
140.
These two have played each other 3 times this week in Group A, with Miok coming out victor 2-1.
180.
I like that little fist pump just to remind Reed. I know Monday to Friday, it's a little bit different when there's no one here.
180. 180.
Followed by Reed, as if to say, I'm not going anywhere. 3 180 so far.
140.
4 legs in this match.
All of a sudden, this one has exploded into life.
170. Jerome, you require
Pressure
81.
applied. All of a sudden, this 81 becomes difficult. It's going to get 2 at double 12.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
is
fifth leg.
absolutely outstanding.
Jerome
And that
Neal.
reaction says it all. He knows how big that is. Fist pump between the two. I'll come on to that in a second, Scott.
Sixth leg, it stands to
But
throw
what a
first.
passage of play
Game
that
on.
was.
It was a passage of play indeed, and that is reflected on the averages. Dan Reed, 3-2 down,
140.
100 average. So he's not doing a lot wrong. It's Miok who's doing a lot right. He's had 211 darters to hold a throw.
60.
Dan Reed sat there on his 100 average, is doing nothing but keep him under pressure. Maybe that's why he's doing these 11 darters, because he's having to.
Where do you stand on the old
100.
fist pump thing? We've seen it in PDC darts that perhaps players are too friendly on stage. Are you of that mindset, or do you
100.
like the little fist pump to congratulate your opponent?
I think it depends who you're playing and how well you get on with them, really. You have opponents that are friends, and you have older school opponents who would not have a bar of any of that. I remember the late, great Eric Bristow commentating on something once, and the guys after the game had a cuddle after the match, and he just hated all that.
96.
Nah. If you start doing that, you can't beat people. So it's something that, you know, there are players that I do, you know, get on very well with, and but yeah, it's not something I go out of my way to do. Let's put it that way. That's the right answer.
More of the Peter Manley dark arts.
Yeah, because when somebody does it to you, then start
Daniel
thinking, you're
required
playing a mind game,
83.
Neil. But you know, it's you know, we know the game's a bit of a mind mess at the best of times.
Dan Reed
Game shot on the sixth
levels it
leg.
up. Another
Dan
clean
Reed.
finish. The 83 goes, and we are going the distance here in game one. 6 comfortable holds
Seventh
of throw.
final leg. It's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
Is it now or never? Can Dan Reed find that all-important break?
134.
What a great start that is. Flick these averages up again, and what a start to our Saturday evening. If you needed to know that this was Saturday night and finals night, just have a look at those
81.
averages, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and in a match of this calibre, 81 is a mistake. It's a slip from Dan Reed.
100.
He needs a double treble visit now. He needs the breaker throw, we know that, but he really does need a double treble visit now.
60.
And all of a sudden, your own Miok is in control again.
Dan Reed's 100 behind, plus these.
85.
Only a max gets him level. And that looks perfect. That's saying, fill me up.
180.
Indeed, obliged. Miok now on the short irons, trying to set up to leave a
95.
double, and that's not a bad visit.
It's not, but it could be better when the stakes are this high.
60. Jerome, you require 87.
Dan Reed cuts the 180 in half, and Yoro Milk, 87 for what would be a huge 2 points. He's going to get a dart at the ball.
62.
One match dart has come and gone.
Dan, you require 120.
Takes his time. A requirement here is a big 20. You have to stay straight. You have to stay straight. One of those for me, in that situation, I tend to go for the big
52.
20 more than anything to make sure
Jerome,
that
you
I don't
require
stray.
25.
It's 25 for Miok, and he's been tidying everything up. Takes a step back. He hasn't done this so far this match.
Is that a good guide?
17.
He's over adjusted, and he can't believe it.
Dan, you
Dan
require
Reed gets
68.
a lifeline.
Will he get one dart, a double, or will he get two? It's going to be one.
It's going to be at tops.
28.
And it's high and handsome.
Dan
Jerome,
Reed
you
has had the
require
opportunity
8.
he craved, couldn't take it. Your own
Game,
Milk
shot,
doesn't pass
and the
up a
match.
third
Jerome
opportunity.
Milk.
And Your Own Milk, our Group A winner, gets Saturday night off to a flyer with 2 points. And we can see what it means by that celebration. The average is over the 90 mark. Dan Reed over the 96 mark, but comes up pointless. Coming up after the break, we will see Brett Claydon against Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jerome Miot get the first honours of the night, getting the better of Dan Reed in a last leg decided by 4 legs to 3 every leg of that particular game going with throw. So that is game 1 part 2, and it's now time for match 2. The first game in Group 2, and it's going to see Brett Claydon, the shredder, in action up against Robert Thornton. Now these two have already had a couple of battles so far this week in Group B. It was a group which Claydon would go on to claim the spoils in, Thornton finishing third. Well, it's a 7th appearance at finals night for Robert Thornton, more than any other player in the history of this competition. And before play got underway, I caught up with both players. Brett, here we are, first time on a Saturday night for yourself. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. New experience, I should imagine it will be. So just looking forward to getting underway, really.
We've seen you on Euro Tour stages previously in your career. Can that actually give you a little bit of a help? So I know it's not going to be as big as a 3,000-4,000 crowd, but you still got that experience of that sort of stage and environment.
Yes, I think that will help me no end, even though I didn't play my best at the Euro Tour. But hopefully with a crowd and that, I can raise my game like I did over there sometimes, really.
What's your thoughts and assessment of Group B? Maybe not many people are talking up your chances, but you made sure your darts did the talking.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't been playing much competitive stuff, but I've been doing a lot behind the scenes, really. There's a lot of people know what I can do, so we'll just see if it happens tonight or not.
Do you still feel like maybe the best is still to come?
There was bits last night where I was really good, especially against Martin Adams. That was probably the standout performance for me. But if I can still do a bit more than that, then we'll never know what will happen tonight.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Brett, all the very best.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Robert, here we are again, Saturday night again here at the Super Series.
Another one.
It's another one. It's the 7th time that you've been here in a finals. How much looking forward to this occasion?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm playing all right. I mean, well, last night it was a bit knappy, first 2 games. But then I kind of came to second last game. And it's all on the night, innit? It's how you play on the night.
It's tonight about drawing upon more that form that we saw from you on Thursday evening.
Oh, I don't know about that, but we'll see. Yeah, the practice is going well. Hopefully I'll carry on up here and I'll get through, finally.
Finally, as I say, it's the 7th time that you've been. I will stop mentioning it at some point, but...
Yeah, drumming it in.
I'm trying not to, but at some point you must feel like the opportunity and the chance is going to come for you.
Yeah, it's got to, and it's got to happen some night. Whether it's tonight or next time or the time after it, I'll keep trying, and I'll keep turning up and making finals and try and get there.
And just finally, of course, the last seniors event is just around the corner, the World Match Play. It's a tournament that you're looking to defend in September. How much has this been good match reps, match practice ahead of that particular tournament?
Oh, definitely. I mean, coming in, you need match practice. And we don't have a lot of tournaments, but I'll turn up there. I'll put a lot of hours in over the next few weeks and see how it goes.
Well, Robert, wish you all the very best tonight. Good luck.
No worries, mate. Cheers.
I love his attitude, Scott. I don't care about the record. I'll keep coming. I'll keep getting to finals. And at some point, I will win one.
Yeah, he's quite... when you watch him on the TV, you know, and he's really is chastising himself every dart, every throw. You can get hooked up in that when you play him. I've played him in the World Seniors, as you well know, and I didn't realise he sort of has a go at himself so much, but... Off the board, he is a real jovial, nice character. So if you judge him by what he's like on the board, moaning at himself all the time, you'll have an image of Robert that's probably not as good as it should be, because he's one of the class acts and one of the nice guys off the board. And Brett Claydon, I've got to know Brett over the last sort of couple of years, and
124.
He's a real solid player. He's one of those that. You know, as he says, he's kind of learning his trade. You know, he got to talk hard, and we both went there and learnt the hard way. You know, we both lost it. But it sets you up to knowing where you need to go and what you need to do to get back. And I think, you know, it feels like a year out for him, and he's sort of like performed exceedingly well here. Last time he came here, he finished bottom of the group, so he's learnt from that experience, because this is a very different forte to play here in a group stage and trying to make a Saturday is different to any other darts we play, because obviously usually you lose a game of darts, you don't have to come back
60.
till tomorrow. And you've got all like, you can go and get something to eat, calm yourself down, take in stock of what you've done. Here you don't get that. You lose a game, 10 minutes later you're back on. You have to forget it as fast as it happens. So the group stage type stuff is very much more difficult than any normal game of darts.
Going back to
95.
Robert and him saying, so you were at the Circus Tavern at the, oh, Robert.
Yeah. Where you going, man?
121.
That sort of thing. And
Brett, you
caught him by
require
surprise a little
82.
bit, but obviously, he beat me 3-0 there, and I just couldn't hit a double to hold my own set, and that was as simple as that. Otherwise,
Game shot on the first
maybe a bit
leg.
different game.
Brett
So
Claydon.
I'm still in the seniors, so hopefully we'll get another go at him.
Yeah, Brett Claydon is
Second
off and
leg,
running.
it's Robert's
15
throw
dart
first.
holder throw.
Game
The
on.
82 was clinical from him, and Robert Thornton's going to have to put a few points on this average at the moment.
80.
Just not at the races in leg one.
Yeah, Brett Claydon's game against Martin Adams was in the group stages was a big game for him, because
96.
he'd have known Martin being just up the road for Brett being from Suffolk and Martin being from Cambridge. I'm sure they may have locked horns on other occasions in local stuff or
140.
whatever. And I just think he kind of came of age there. Martin was sat on 32 at 3-3, and Brett really needed that to go through, and he hit an 84.
95.
As sweet as a nut, and it's just a sign of he's doing things right, and he's on his way back. I can't speak highly enough about
100.
Brett. He's just a top lad.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say, looking at it from a technical point of view, is when it's on, it's fine. But that follow through on the throw is a little bit jabby for my liking.
I don't know whether it's jabby or whether he kind of just slightly turns his hand at the end of the throw. I don't know what it is. It makes it look jabby,
Brett,
but
you
the follow through
require
is straight.
170.
But it doesn't go probably full length of the arm, does it? So it's not full extension, but
It's almost like a little recall in there, isn't there?
yeah, it's very successful.
60. Robert, you require 83.
Tops for Thornton, surely. That was the MO.
63. Brett,
But
you
this is a
require
chance.
110.
110. These are the ones that you guys love. One treble, single to double combination. 18s. 54 would have left 36, so Robert Thornton will be back.
86.
But it's under pressure.
Robert, you require 20.
Can he see? By that reaction, I don't think he can.
No score.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see him use the dart. He
Brett,
went
you
over
require
pitch that, didn't he? Because he
24.
moved across. He gave it that little bit of extra oomph, and it went over the top rather than being able to use the dart. So this is a big moments for Brett Claydon.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he's up to it.
Brett Claydon.
Thornton misses. Claydon steps in. It's 2-0. And look at Robert there,
Third leg,
looking
it's
to the
Brett throw
skies.
first. Game
Shaking
on.
of the head. Is history repeating itself here at the Super Series for Robert Thornton?
It is
100.
It is a situation here where Claydon would have picked up a lot from beating a legend like Adams last night, and I see this as a similar sort of game for
96.
him.
That dart looks perfect. Just
81.
over adjusted there.
More of a deflection, that one. He had two right close to one another, and it just felt more of a deflection.
134.
The old Dennis Priestley switch to the 18s. It's not something we see too often.
No, but now I've become
26.
the player that I have. I understand why Dennis used to do that, because it isn't a million miles away from a similar throw to a treble 20.
No, I like it.
57.
The same as in the Grand Prix when players started analysing it. We're going from double 16 straight to double 19 because the adjustment was less. I like the fact that players are thinking about the board
45.
and how the board breaks down and the easier adjustments. Same as Geraint Price on his 9.
134.
That he'll go downstairs first because the adjustment is smaller from treble 20 across to the double 12.
Friend of mine, Alan Norris, he's always done that. Have 145 left and go for the 45 first or whatever. He's done that
57.
for as long
Robert,
as
you
I can ever
require
remember.
80.
Obviously, another one that's graced the stage here at the Super Series. Our Chuck, or as I know him as, Chunk.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
72.
So the disappointment of the last leg, this has been a fabulous response from Robert Thornton. It's never nice having your throw broken
100.
when you
Robert,
respond
require
like this.
8. Game shot on the third leg. Robert Thornton.
That'll be a leg that Claydon will be disappointed with because everything was there.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw
First
first.
two
Game on.
legs, and it goes from elation to worry when you lose a leg like that. Not taking anything away from Robert.
135.
He just didn't have the scoring power to stay with him in that leg.
That's what we were talking about at the top of the show, was the Thornton scoring power, that when it's on, he's probably the biggest scorer here. Maybe Conor Heenahan on point.
Yeah, definitely. And commentator's curse right on point. He hits a 177
59.
to be right on it.
$58.
58 wasn't really enough
100.
with Thornton where he was. He had a chance to turn the throw round. Any treble visit would have turned the throw round for Claydon there, but didn't happen. This is better.
96.
And clever thinking.
He's on a finish, but you'd still favour Thornton here.
171.
And that is absolutely outstanding.
Brett, you require 170.
That's like taking your pitching wedge out, approaching the green and putting one 3 inches from the hole.
It may not matter, though. The fish is on the bullseye.
125. Robert, you require 36.
A wry smile there from Brett Claydon as he walked to get the dart.
28.
That's the danger.
Brett, you
It is the
require
danger.
45.
Tops. Now he's chasing to 10s,
35.
and he can't take it.
Robert, you require 8.
Thornton hit this last time out.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He's done it
Robert
again.
Thornton.
And in the blink of an eye, Scott, we are level pegging.
Yeah, all the hard work that Claydon did
Fifth
in the
leg, it's
first
Brett
2
to throw
legs.
first.
He's
Game
got
on.
it back to a best of 3. To be fair, they're head-to-head. Thornton's 2-0 up this week.
39.
And just when you didn't want that deflection, just when you wanted a good
96.
start, Brett didn't get it. And Thornton, by hitting a treble with his first visit, puts Claydon right under pressure
43.
before we start. And there's that little flick in his throw there.
It's catching.
Yeah, it is.
85.
Against the darts, Thornton has effectively stolen them. Claydon needs to hit big here. Cannot afford 3 troubleless visits.
60.
That's exactly what he's done.
123.
That's a 3 treble visit for Thornton. One of them being the wrong one. In that situation, I don't think there's such a thing as the wrong one.
97.
No, because he has all the time in the world to set this up. Absolutely outstanding from the World Seniors champion.
Robert's thinking here that he's ridden the wave.
98. Robert, you require
He's ridden
63.
the barrage in the first couple of legs. He's hung in there.
43. Brett, you require
Tops has not been
164.
Robert Thornton's friend over the last few days.
Certainly hasn't. And Claydon, here we go. Is he going to get another dart at the ball?
96.
It would have been sensational if
Robert,
he had
you
it done.
required 20.
He's threatening one of these big finishes.
Game shot on the fifth
But it is
leg.
3 legs on the
Robert
spin
Thornton.
for Robert Thornton. He trailed 2-0. He was staring down the barrel. We were asking the questions. Is history repeating itself? But now he's on the
Sixth leg.
verge
It's Robert to throw first.
of victory
Game on.
in his opening game.
$81.
He was always going to need a break of throat to win this match. No, he's managed to get 2.
Looking at
60.
this group 2, though, if Robert Thornton sees it off and picks up the points, he then plays Lewis Gurney. If you're,
100.
if you're Brett Claydon, are you wanting Robert to win so it's a straight shootout in that last game? Because if Lewis then wins, then it gets messy and murky.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I would want as
140.
Robert Thornton, definitely. And then your group stage stuff then becomes a straight knockout, which is
60.
what players are more used to. So, yeah, it'd be a different game, but you don't want to be going early doors here. You really want to get through that group and make the semis, and hopefully that your better game will come out.
125.
All of a sudden, after a leg and a bit off, Brett Claydon has awoke. And he's the one that's stolen the darts back.
78.
He has 6 darts to get rid of 176. That is an absolute nugget of gold.
121.
It's a
55.
super recovery from that bit, from hitting a 1. Super recovery.
57. Brett, you require 55.
You want to go nice and clean here. 2 darts. How often do you hit the tops when you miss a big number with that?
Robert,
with
you
the last
require
darts? Not often you do.
125.
No, he made a mess of the big number. Will he be made to pay?
57. Brett, you require 40.
That's the way going for 125. I haven't seen for a while. Quite an old stages way.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Brett Claydon. Seventh and final leg. It's Brett to throw first.
Claydon's winning
Game
legs
on.
15, 16 and 16. Robert Thornton 16, 16 and 17. There is nothing between these two.
$57.
Coming back to the 125. Are you a advocate of going the 25 route?
100.
Look, it depends how well I'm playing, really. I probably in the last 5 years, I've probably not gone any other way, to be honest. But I did used to go the route that Robert went, you know, because at single 18 still leaves you 107 in the chance. Yeah, it's one of those. But the thing with hitting the treble 18 on the 125, it still leaves you 71, and you've got to hit another treble.
That's why I'm not a fan of it. It's almost like the 128. You almost want to hit the single 18 because if you're at the 54, you've still got to hit another treble.
60.
Yeah, it does you a favour by hitting the single 18. I've got to be honest with you. And like I say, by going that way for 125, it's probably
100.
how I was taught back in the day that 125 had to be done when I was being taught my numbers. But yeah, it's not the way I've gone for a long, long time.
Is that a slip?
41.
No treble for Brett Claydon. Robert Thornton couldn't get to the oche quick enough.
80.
He's not taken advantage as much as he could have.
No, he hasn't. But he is forcing Claydon to have to hit a treble. At the moment, it's not
59.
happening, so
Robert, you
it's
require
turned out to be enough. He's
140.
effectively turned the throw. He'll look for a straight ton here.
100.
Stay safe. And
Brett,
then
you require
hope that
144.
Claydon doesn't hit the 144.
It's now or never for Claydon. It's not going to go. He is now relying on Robert Thornton missing Old Faithful in tops.
128. Robert, you require 40.
Thornton approaches, stares it down,
Game,
and hits
shot,
it clean
and the
as a
match,
whistle.
Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton has his finals night off to a winning start so far in his campaigns here. Finals nights have eluded him, but this time the Thorn has the points in the bag. 85.54 average for him. After the break, we go back to Group 1 with Dan Reed against Conor Heenahan.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Robert Thornton came from 2-0 down to get the better of Brett Clayton in another last leg decider. 4-3, the Thorns campaign is up and running. Well, Conor Heenahan is about to get his underway very shortly. Now, if he gets the better of Dan Reed, then, well, everything is sorted as far as Group 1 is concerned. Well, earlier on this evening, I caught up with Conor to get his thoughts ahead of tonight's final. Conor, here we are again, Saturday night at the Super Series. Keeping up that unblemished record, how would you assess the week so far?
It's been tough. Glad to get through. Obviously last night got through, so happy to be here and hopefully do the job tonight.
Saw some good stuff from you at times over the course of the week. Do you feel like the level's up there at the moment?
Slightly. There's games and then there's bad games, but if I put them all together tonight, like I think I'll go far, but just to put them together is the thing, so hopefully.
Back here at Saturday night at the Super Series, there's a little bit of a trajectory going on with you right now, Conor. So, semi-final, lost out in the final last time. Goal's got to be one better, hasn't it?
Definitely. That's the plan anyway tonight, to get over that line, and then next week is be the same again, hopefully.
Well, we wish you all the very best tonight, Conor. Good luck.
Thanks, Henry. Thank you.
Here we are, Scott. Game number 3 of 6 in the group stages. And the pressure intensifies on Dan Reed. Having lost his opener, it is all or nothing here. And as a player, is that better or worse?
Well, I had it here a few weeks ago and I liked it. You know, I liked the idea of it. But where I feel for Dan Reed is that first game he lost with a 96.15 average, and that's pretty tough to take. That's pretty tough to take. It's not like he lost the game because he was playing badly. It was just one of those that he just didn't have the throw. So he's got to approach this game not thinking about winning or losing. In my mind, you've got to think, I've got to try and play like I did, because I think if I do it twice in a row, you know, it'll get me some points.
However, he is playing arguably the most explosive man in finals night. That we've seen him blow away people in the blink of an eye.
100.
Yeah, with that I absolutely agree, but he comes in cold. Dan's already had a game, and Dan's got the darts as well. The way that this Super Series group stage work is absolutely fabulous. The scenarios that it throws up, as you're sat at home watching a game of darts, but us as a player will be thinking, hang on a minute, I've had a game, now I've got the darts, I'm going to try and hold on to this, and you know, it's one of those.
How would you like to be involved in a 9-dart shootout?
100.
Yourself?
Well, I actually got involved in a shootout for the first time in history this year at the Six Nations, where I actually only got to throw 3 darts. So I got up on the stage, had 3 darts practice, and then had to score 3 darts, and I was number 1, because it came out as the way that the draw came with the way that it worked. So all the groups were level, all the groups, and so we had to go and have so every one of our 5 players had 3 darts. So it was a 15-dart shootout, and the scores were added together. And some of trying to make it too complicated and trying to work out what they needed. But yeah, you don't want to be doing that at the end of You don't want to be
Game
the
shot
fifth
on the
player.
first low. Connor
Trying to go for a
Heenan.
25 to make sure you get the extra 5. It's quite a strange one, but we could have it. We could have it here
Second
the way
leg,
it's
Connor
going.
to throw first. Game on.
Now Dan Reed's up against the wall. Connor Heenan has broke in the opening leg in 14 darts.
58.
I was here on Monday and I spoke to Connor. It was his dream is to be a pro dart player. That's all. That's what he wants out of life. He wants to be a pro dart player.
100.
And I said to him, I said, you know, you don't want it. You don't want it too badly. Otherwise, those sort of dreams don't happen. He loves coming here.
85.
He enjoys coming here. I think he's quite a laid-back kind of fella. And he seems to throw with no fear. That's why I think he's dangerous.
180.
However, fabulous response from Dan Reed.
58.
Losing darts in the opening leg, bouncing back and has taken the darts here. Quite a quirky little throw from Dan, the way he sets it into his hand.
It's quite smooth. It's not a particularly hard throw. It's not like a flat rocket. He loops him on up there and does what he does and pitches it with the same. It leaves his hand sort of point high sort of thing. The point is upwards in the air and the flight is lower than the point, but it leaves his hand. I'm seeing Connor Heenan here doing what he's been doing most of the week.
80. Dan, you require
Would have been
62.
306. Dan Reed's going to get 2 darts to level us up. That one's wild.
Game
But
shot
the recovery is good.
Dan Reed.
That's a good break back.
Third leg, it's Dan to
15.
throw first. Game on.
But when that dart goes under that treble 20, Phil, I
96.
think it's because you're over trying. You just hold on to it. That split second too long trying to make sure.
Yeah, you just miss your release point.
140.
Because you're slightly overthinking it. Quite a healthy crowd in this evening.
82.
Yeah, and remember, Champions Week next week. I am reliably informed that over half the tickets for next Saturday night have already
140.
gone. So if you want to be here, you are going to have to be quick.
Yeah, the seating area is not just where you...
58.
What you can see there, there are balcony seating areas here in our darting arena. And there you go. There's the
100.
cue reading code. You put your phone up on that. That will take you straight to the website where you'll be able to, for a small booking fee, book your tickets for next week.
79.
But be
Connor,
quick.
you require 121.
As my commentating partner says, the tickets are going quickly.
81.
Again, Connor Heenan has responded to leave tops after 12. And this is the gears that I was on about. That it's probably
96.
only Robert Thornton
Connor, you
that has
require
these
40.
gears to live with him when he goes to this place.
I
Game
agree.
shot on the third low. Connor Heenan.
Once again, we have another breaker throw. That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, fabulous standard. 14, 15 and 15 have been the
Fourth
3
leg,
legs
it's
so
Connor to
far.
throw first. Game on.
Dan Reed is up against it again. There's only so many times you can go to the well. You go once too often,
70.
you come up dry.
Yeah, totally agreed, mate. Totally agreed. Yeah, you can get away with things a couple of times, but if you keep asking yourself to do it,
135.
eventually the one time you don't, it ends in disappointment for yourself generally.
134.
It's an interesting dart that Conor Heenan throws as well, because they're a version of the Gary Anderson dart that he didn't use for very long. So
97.
And that Conor picked up those is quite interesting. It's got that aggressive bull nose on the end of it that Gary only threw a few times.
60.
It's definitely that shape
84.
for a reason. Unbelievably, he'd only threw with them for a short time, so why that was, who knows?
They were the ones,
97.
or the design that he played that fabulous final in Dubai with against MVG when they both averaged 111 over 21 legs.
And he still didn't fancy him.
100.
So I
Conor,
can't
you
argue, that's the
require
normal ones.
140.
Yeah, me and all. I'd buy every set that was kicking around if I had 111 average against MVG and won.
95. Dan, you require 85.
Huge moment here. You feel this has to go. And again, he's not stayed straight. Should have been a minimum
49.
on the 15.
Conor, you
Single
require
15 would have left
45.
20 for the ball. Now he's hoping Conor Heenan misses. Gonna get one dart at double 10.
25.
And again,
Dan, you require 36.
Reed's prayers may have been answered.
Game shot on the fourth low. Dan Reed.
Yeah, he's given the opportunity and he's took it.
Fifth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Again,
Game
like you
on.
say, you cannot keep going to the well.
No, and the concern for Dan would be is that although he's 2-all, Conor Heenan has had chances.
140.
Averages aren't bad
45.
here. Averages aren't bad at all. It really is nip and tuck.
57.
But even though saying that, like you say Dan Reed's rather fortunate to be sat there at 2-2 at this moment in time.
98.
Needs another for me.
95.
Just keeping his nose in front in this leg.
135.
Can he find cover?
59.
That's a slip. This opens the door. Another and he's in a world of trouble.
100. Dan, you require 150.
See the perspiration on Dan Reed's forehead here.
85.
Oh, what a good last
Conor, you
start
require
that was.
123.
He's feeling the pressure though, isn't he? That constant leg-on-leg pressure that's being applied by Conor Heenan.
55.
He can't find the treble this
Dan, you
time, and is
require
this the break
65.
that Dan Reed needed? For once, Conor Heenan isn't breathing down his neck.
45. Conor, you require 68.
Will it be one or two darts? It's going to be one. It's going to be one at tops for another break.
28. Dan, you
Once
require
again, he's
20.
high. Didn't quite get the adjustment there.
Game shot on the fifth low. Dan Reed.
Dan Reed holds his throw in what is a very crucial time in
Sixth
this
leg,
match.
it's Conor to throw first.
As it's become intense, nervous headache, the average is just starting to drop a little.
140.
I know he's hit the double 10, but it shows the pressure that he's under because he's almost pulled it into the very bottom of the double 10 bed. That's not where
85.
you're aiming. He's almost dragged it into that area. Yes, he's hit it, but he won't be happy with where it's gone.
Mate, you're talking to a dart player here. I'm telling you, I don't care where it goes in there.
85.
I don't care if it goes in the bottom, the top, the side, the middle. As long as it's in, it's in. And you forget it. You just forget it. You don't ever go for your next 3 darts and think,
85.
cool, that was lucky and close. No, as a dart player, you go, it's in. Yeah, it might be in the corner. It was right up against it. You might think for a split millisecond, cool, that was a bit lucky. But you don't think about it by the time you go back to the board next throw. You're thinking, my luck's in. And off you go and probably hit a ton straight away with the confidence that you get. So you, as a player, you wouldn't be thinking about anything like that.
93.
It's lovely. We all go to hit them smack bang centre, and we all want to draw a nice little cross from the top corner to the bottom, and that cross in the middle, that's where we want to hit it. But I've got to be honest,
139.
I don't think we worry. As long as it's in, it's in.
And we are looking like it's going to be another last leg decider here.
39.
Anyone would think George Noble was in the building.
And the boys getting their value for money tonight.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Conor
What a good
Heenan.
finish that was. Clean.
This is
So
where
the final leg, it's Dan to throw
the
first.
pressure
Game on.
intensifies. Although Dan has the darts, he knows this is a must-win leg. The pressure
96.
will have been cranked up.
Sometimes when you bring
96.
3 people with you, a few people in the crowd, that can add to the pressure of playing on here.
100.
I suppose one thing as well, though, that if Dan Reed wins this one 4-3, it does open up the 9-dart shootout possibility.
135.
Yeah, you went there again. You're just adamant you want a 9-dart shootout, aren't you, Phil?
We want a 9-dart shootout.
You press type people just love drama, don't you?
Absolutely.
What
a time for a maximum. We saw the celebration, and all of a sudden, Dan Reed is on the ropes.
60. Conor, you require 90.
The 180 has done the damage. He should get at least 1 dart. He's going to get 2. A double 15. Going to get 1 more.
Game.
And he's there.
And the match.
We can see what it means to Conor Heenan. He has booked his place in the semi-final. And Dan Reed departs finals night. He can't now qualify, so it's a case of who will finish top in Group 1. The explosiveness of Conor Heenan, 96.42 average for him. That 180 in the last leg doing all the damage. Coming up after the break, Robert Thornton returns as he plays Lewis Gurney.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have seen another game go all the way to 7 legs as Conor Heenahan got the better of Dan Reed in our third game of the evening. Defeat there, sending Dan Reed home from the competition. Right, let's get into our fourth match of the session. It sees the Fawn, Robert Thornton, back in action. Now, he got the better of Brett Claydon by 4 legs to 3 in the second game of the evening, the first match of Group 2. He takes on Lewis Gurney, first game of the night for him. Now, the Fawn can secure progression through with victory in this one, but Gurney, as I say, first game for him tonight here at the Super Series, and early on this evening I caught up with him. Lewis, final on your debut here at the MODUS Super Series. How have you found your first week here?
Yep, excited to get to finals night after the first couple of days, but yep, stepped it up and did what I needed to, so happy to be here.
What would be your overall assessment of the week so far?
Well, started off slow like we spoke about, but just happy to find my form a little bit and do enough to get here, so yeah, great.
Was it maybe a case of just trying to settle on this stage maybe after the first couple of days?
Took 2.5 days to feel comfortable, and then, like I said, the last couple of days felt good and did what I needed to.
Into tonight, different night tonight because we've got the crowd in this evening. Looking forward to that and looking forward to embracing that?
Yep, I normally play better in front of a crowd, so hopefully that's the case tonight as well.
And it wouldn't be a bad way to round off your debut if you were able to book that last spot at Champions League.
Well, no, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? It means I'd have to miss Belgium next week. I'm going to WDF, so anyway, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, Lewis, I wish you all the very best of luck tonight.
Cheers, Henry.
Nice little conundrum for Lewis, but he's going to have to beat Robert Thornton here. No mean feat.
No, definitely not, mate. It's, you know, he's right up against it here. Thornton, should he win, will take it. The last match in this group. So a winner takes all. Lewis, I played at Q
First
School
leg, it's Robert to throw
back
first.
in January, and
game on.
I think I just about turned him over, but I was very impressed with what I saw with him. He's a young man with quite a bright future ahead. I like his attitude.
100.
I do like his attitude. And there's bits in his game that you don't teach. You know, that fire in the belly, that desire and want to win.
59.
And once he develops his game more and more and wins more and more, that's just going to come more to the fore.
140.
Yeah, my worry for him in this game in particular is I'm not sure he's got the firepower to outscore Robert Thornton at the moment. He's only young 100. In his career, and that will come in time.
Yeah, he's got his mate there in the front row, Tavis Dudney.
91.
Plays for Sussex. He is,
100. Robert, you require
buddies.
170.
Little mate from Dorset, Dan Parry, played youth with all those guys at Sussex. This is what you're talking about with Robert Thornton. It's just that injection of something when he needs it.
Yeah, and I'm not being disrespectful to the others, but I think it's only Heenahan who has that as well.
Robert, you require
However,
25.
Lewis Gurney just tapped him on the shoulder to remind him,
game shot on the
I'm
first
still in
leg.
this leg.
Robert Thornton.
And Robert Thornton winks, smiles at him and went, there you go, kid.
Second leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Indeed, he did. Lewis has got to take heart from that
60.
180. He's quite a scorer. He can be a scorer, Lewis. He actually hit 7 180s on Monday when I was here. He was the top 180 scorer in Group A on Monday. 5 games, 7 180s.
I'm just not sure that's there
99.
consistently, and that's been his issues and the battles he's been having.
Pace of the game certainly suits Thornton.
123.
Oh, if I'm up there and I'm playing Thornton or Heenahan, I'm getting the old dark arts out and slowing it right down.
No idea what you're talking about, mate.
58.
No idea. Didn't know you better, Phil. I think you were trying to wind me up.
100.
No, you always play at that pace. I'm talking about others that we've seen over the years that have varied their pace depending on who they're playing.
Yeah.
60.
No, I don't have that brain power in me. I've got one pace and one pace only, and it's...
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yours is there all the time, but we've seen very established pros that
139.
will play to a pace depending on who they're playing.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, Phil. You're not gonna grab me on that one.
Robert, you require 84.
I like what you're trying to do there. 84 for Thornton, then 79. Got there in the end. Gurney back on 180. He's going to need a 140 here to even make Robert think about it. Well, he's done it again.
Robert, you require 36.
Didn't have a lot of success on that double nine a couple of times in the last game.
You require 40.
He split it, and if you split it, you've really got to hit it.
That looks a good guide. He's gone the wrong side. Can he bounce off the barrel?
The second leg.
That time he can.
Lewis Gurney.
A bit like we said in the last game about going to the well.
To throw first.
These scoring visits are coming at the end of legs. Needs to find something at the beginning.
Yeah, to try and sort of shield your opponent off at the start of the leg.
134.
Looks like Lewis has got a few in tonight as well.
100.
Perfect first start for Thornton. Expecting Charlie to sing.
180.
Up go the cards. It could only mean one thing. It's a 180 from Thornton. Here comes young Lewis coming back.
180.
Right smile from Thornton. He liked that from the young man.
He's enjoying this, isn't he?
99.
It's the most dangerous Robert Thornton you find. It's the days where he's chastising himself, you think you've got a chance. At the minute, he's happy with life.
60. Robert, you require 88.
18 for ball. It's going to be a dart of the ball.
63.
He knows that was close,
Lewis,
and that's one of those ones that
161.
when it left the fingers, he thought it was in.
59. Robert, you require 25.
Likes that double four route.
Aim shot on the
and
third
that's the
leg.
reason why
Robert
Thornton. As he takes a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Back-to-back 14 dart legs on Thornton's throw for him.
180.
I was telling you about this kid's 180 scoring, wasn't I? Oh, did I remember that?
Don't know.
58.
No, and what the impressive thing about that one in particular, it's at the start of a leg. So he's not trying to catch
97.
Robert. He's keeping Robert away.
$85.
Yeah, you're exactly right. 134 ahead plus these.
140.
Can't believe he missed another 180. That was him, not me. I understand you can miss him, but yeah.
134. Lewis, you require 84.
Gone that way because Thornton's not on a finish.
44.
Can just set it up. Good ball management.
He has, yeah. Playing the odds.
92.
Setting up nicely
Lewis, you
with the
require
short irons.
40. $30. Robert, you require 132. $100. Lewis, you require 10.
So Gurney has to take this now.
Game shot on the fourth.
Number 5, you can see
Lewis
the spot
Gurney.
of paint that went off.
Yeah, the first one was wild, but the recovery dart was very good.
Fifth leg, it's
Very
Roberts to
good
throw
indeed.
first. Game on.
But Gurney is going to have to try and find something against the Thornton throw.
140.
What he'd give for one of those maximums right now.
Indeed, and he's right there.
100. $30.
And is that the mistake that he needs? Can he jump all over it?
He has to break him at some point.
60.
And that is unfortunate. And he's now starting to feel a little bit hard done by.
He's not pressured the mistake from Thornton there.
And Thornton's gone. Thank you, young man.
134.
And he's got away with it himself.
Needs a treble.
90.
Finds one. Keeps him in the leg. But he's still relying on Robert missing.
97.
Which Robert at the moment is picking off that treble 19 beautifully.
Yeah, his cover shooting's been exceptional in this game.
81.
He looks at a
Robert,
ton.
you require 100.
60 for tops. Tops. He stayed there. I like that play because of the line.
60. Lewis, you require 170.
Yeah, and also, I think he's saying, go on then, kid, if you want it, it's all there for you.
Yeah, I fancy my chances of coming back. Do
58.
something special.
Robert, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg. Robert Thornton.
Thornton leads again. And one thing that may be worrying for the rest of the field, the Old Faithful is starting to return. This
Sixth leg, it's Lewis to throw
Tops
first.
hasn't been his
Game
friend.
on.
But all of a sudden, he's just starting to hit it again.
Yeah, he sure is.
100.
There was one point that he was the best top hitter in world darts.
Yeah, without doubt.
42.
And I find it quite strange. He's only a little short man. He uses a 26-gram dart, which is quite heavy in this day and age. I think we got Ryan Surley's 32s and
He's
whatever.
gone up 34s now.
Oh well, yeah, of course. I suppose he has done. Yeah, but it's just unbelievable, really. The big lump like
60.
me, I'm on a 25-gram dart, so I do find it strange that, and he just gets the feel from that 26-gram dart. It just works for him.
57.
Thornton needs to fill it up here.
140.
Puts him back in the leg. Gurney still favourite, but now Thornton's in the same street.
$140.
Again, good response from young man Gurney here.
99. Lewis, you require 64.
Same corridor. One dart, double 16.
Aim shot on the sixth.
And that's all he needs. The 64
Lewis
goes. And we are going the distance again.
Seventh and final leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We also know what as well. If Lewis Gurney can find a break and throw here,
68.
it opens up the 9 possibility again.
$140.
Oh, you like that? You like that last dart?
$95.
When you do a bit of that to an older stager, that gives them their mojo a little bit, doesn't it?
I was about to say, has he poked the bear?
100.
That's a better euphemism. That's good. Yeah, I like that. It is. It's getting the proverbial pointy stick
60.
out and poking them. And the bear seems to have. There's a definite turn and throw here. Oh, Lewis. Yeah, he knows it. He knows it. That was a cagey dart.
Snatchy. Nervy.
57.
It's offered
100.
Thornton a lifeline. He takes out a ton. Gurney's got 6 from here on 204, you'd think.
95.
Not sure about that last dart.
I think the ball was a better play there.
Yeah, me too.
140.
Because all of a sudden, it's under
Lewis
pressure.
retired 109.
This has to go. Treble 19. It's not going to get a dart. So Robert Thornton
57.
to win it.
Robert, you require 38.
Will he head straight at it, or is he going to... He's heading straight at it.
How much can he see? Not a lot, I don't think.
No score.
He can't believe he's gone past those darts and it's not in.
Lewis, you require 52.
Anything past, you would think it was going to be in the green bit.
Nervous. Should have had 2.
Game
He's only going to get 1. And he only needs 1. The first start of the big number was a flyer, but Lewis Gurney recovers to keep his hopes alive. And now everything is in play in Group 2. It's going to be a thrilling climax, that last game in that group. But after the break, we come back for bragging rights in Group 1 as Conor Heenahan takes on Jeroen Milk.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
4-1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are certainly getting every single leg worth of entertainment tonight. 28 legs could have been played. We played all 28. Lewis Gurney before the break getting the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3, meaning that all possibilities are possible in Group 2. Right, in Group 1, both Conor Hinahan and Jerome Mioka through to the semi-finals just after 10 o'clock. They are playing for group-winning bragging rights. Here's Scott and Phil to describe the action.
Thank you very much, Henry. And we've had the abacuses out during the break. Group 1, it's simple. The winner of this finishes top, and we'll have the darts in the semi-final. In Group 2, Scott, we will see Robert Thornton again in some form. The worst that can happen to him is he's going to be involved in a 9-dart shootout, or he's in the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in his position, I would be happy to be in either, really. You don't want to go to the 9-dart shootout. He will obviously watch the next game with the Gurney-Claydon game with intense thoughts, I suppose, upon what could happen to him. It's kind of out of his hands, but the worst-case scenario, it's that 9-dart shootout, I suppose.
At least going into, if that were to happen, at least fate's in your own hands.
Yeah, I'd rather that. I'd rather it was in my own hands. I think that's the way that you want to play any game of darts. It's
60.
A couple of times in Europe Cups and World Cups, I'm involved in one-leg shootouts.
134.
And I've lost them both. but yeah, they can be nervy affairs. I think one of them I went 4 tons on the trot and lost it.
82.
Which was a difficult one to take, because I thought, best case scenario. But yeah, they're all exciting, especially if you're not playing in them. They're great.
80.
But Conor Hinahan or Jerome Mioka will top Group 1.
80.
Basically playing for who gets the throw in the semi-final, aren't they, Phil? It's the winner of this round goes through top of the group. Top of the group gets the throw in the semi-final.
Yeah, and it's an early break opportunity. Mioka
96.
has forged an opportunity here, but it's a toughie. Show 20 for tops.
57. Conor, you require 100.
Treble 15 will be the shot, and he's hit it.
Game shot on the
and
first
he's also
leg.
hit the tops as
Conor
well.
Hinahan.
Tops in another ton finish on his week.
He's dug himself out of jail there as well, because
game on.
The first dart, he didn't stay straight. The recovery dart was sensational.
96.
And again, Connor's cover shooting has been pretty special as well.
100.
Having seen all the players so far tonight, have you changed your mind?
140.
We're no better off, I think. I think, you know, the 4 that go
99.
through all have a chance. You know, it's been one of those nights. The averages have been good in the first 4 games.
95.
Winning by the odd leg. You'd be a brave man to start putting your house on any one of these.
83.
It was Heenahan's approach shot on the 19s that have teed up the opportunity. The big fish is not going to go.
50. Jerome, you require 123.
Miok, 19s first. Treble 18 for the ball. It's going to get a dart at the bullseye.
Aim shot on
and
the
that is
second leg.
sensational,
Jerome
Scott.
Miok.
Our 2nd ton plus shot out in this game.
Third leg, it's Connor to
We've only
throw
had
first.
2 legs, Phil. This is absolutely superb.
And that bullseye, if you'd have gone up there and placed
57.
it any more in the middle, I don't think you could have got it any nearer.
No, definitely not.
60. $43.
I think I remember playing Connor's brother Martin in internationals. He was also an internationals, and I used to see at
97.
Six Nations and Europe Cups and World Cups, I'm sure.
Yeah, played in Southampton as well before we moved here.
125.
Very talented darting family.
57.
Nice bunch of people too.
Yeah, Connor didn't pick him up until relatively late though, did he? Because was it hurling he was into?
44.
Yeah, one of them, yeah.
It was either hurling or Gaelic football. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was one or the other that he was a very good player at that as well.
60.
Seems to be one of those that turns his hand to whatever he turns his hand to. He turns his mind to as well, because lots of sports are mind games, and this
53.
one certainly is, and he definitely has the mind for it.
It does, but there's a break opportunity here, even more so now.
140. $84. Jerome, you require
Miok
87.
should get at least a dart of the ball. Maybe not now. And that comes from a poor first dart.
47. Connor, you require 95.
Tops to save himself.
Game shot on the third leg.
Did we ever doubt him?
Connor Heenahan.
He looked in trouble, but he pinned the 95.
Fourth leg, it's Jerome to throw
So
first.
far in 3
Game
legs,
on.
we've had checkouts of 100, 1, 2, 3, and 95. Carry on, chaps.
Can't believe
140.
they've had a shot out under a ton. Ridiculous.
It's one of those games as well where
58.
that Miok's actually playing the better darts here at the moment, but it's Heenahan finding the answers.
100.
Yeah, indeed, and it's an unusual one. There's the averages.
140.
It's not often you'll be 10 points behind in the averages and be leading the game 2-1.
125.
Should start down here. 719s leaves 170.
171. Jerome, you require 136.
We'll leave 132.
The champagne shot. Is he going to get a go?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jerome Miok.
No is the answer, and they just carry on landing haymakers. 12 dart leg,
to throw first.
1-3-6 finish after the 1-7-1 pressure.
Yeah, indeed.
85.
These two have got on very well this week as well. I know that from Monday.
28.
And have enjoyed each other's company and enjoyed meeting each other and getting to know one another. And they're playing like a couple of friends
60.
just going out at hammer and tongs here.
$42.
Been a fabulous game so far.
$134.
Already, I'm interested to see both of these at Q School in January.
180.
I'm not. They're not in my half of the draw.
180. $91. Connie required
I think
42.
Miok plays better at a better pace, a slightly quicker pace. We saw him trying to play a bit slower earlier in the week, and it didn't suit him at all.
10. Jerome, you require 160.
Another.
140.
Now there's
Connie
pressure on this
required
double
32.
16. Is that too close? Can he work off of it?
16.
Didn't quite
Jerome,
get
you
the
required
adjustment.
20.
Big moments here in this game. The other thing, both of them know that they're going through.
Jerome Miok.
And these two are going hammer and tongs over who's going to get the throw in the semi-final.
Sixth leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
And that's kind of the first mistake we've seen Connor make this evening. Missed 5 darts for a 3-2 lead.
59.
Yeah, it is a mistake, but when you're stood there as a player, you kind of, I try to kind of, yeah, you know it's a mistake, but you think, well, I managed to get myself 3 darts out of that one. I'll go and get myself another 3 darts next time. And the law of averages tells me that I'll get it next time. That's how a dart player thinks in that situation.
134.
If you start thinking negative thoughts over missing 3 darts at a double, you wouldn't keep playing for 14 years or whatever, because it happens fairly often.
45.
More than fairly in my case.
What's the next word after fairly? Constantly.
Just miss, full stop.
$140.
Jerome Miok will be on a nice finish after this.
140.
Yeah, and he's just kept the pace of his throw up, and he's kept his throw more direct. That's Miok.
60. Jerome, you required 28.
For bragging rights
Game
in Group
shot,
1
and the
goes
match,
to Jerome Miok. He fanned the breaker throw when he needed to, and Jerome Miok will top Group 1, have advantage in the semi-final, and you can see him by that celebration. He knows that big moment that is. 97.55 average from him. Coming up after the break, everything is on the line in Group 2 as Lewis Gurney takes on Brett Claydon.
the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Well, that was a lesser spotted 4-2 in our evening before the break as Jerome Milk got the better of Conor Heenahan in 6 legs. 5-4 on the doubles. The Dutchman to top Group 1. Right, Group 2, well, pretty much anything can happen here. Now, the worst case scenario for Robert Thornton, he's going to be involved in a 9-dart shootout. As for Lewis Gurney, because he beat Thornton in that previous game, a win would be good enough for him to be in. As for Clayton, well, there's a possibility still that he could see us into a 9-dart shootout. Let's get into this one then in the company of Scott Mitchell and Phil Bass.
Scott, here we go. Everything is still up for grabs in Group 2. All 3 players can still go through. All can go out. And we've even got the possibility of the 9-dart shootout.
Absolutely. We've all got our shoes and socks off here so that we can count the digits. Well, you've always got your shoes and socks off, Phil. So I didn't need to take mine off to work that out.
You know how it works. Worst case scenario, the man that isn't playing.
First leg, it's Lewis to throw first.
Worst case for him.
Game on.
He will be back on that stage around 10 past 10 for a 9-dart shootout. Best case, he's up there to play a semi-final.
100.
Yeah, indeed. It's got to be interesting viewing for him. I'm sure he sat down in the back room. We've seen all those pictures at World Cups, haven't we, in the PDC, with everybody sat in the back room, the guys watching the games. And, I remember Adrian Lewis doing that one time with Taylor. And it's out of your hands. He can do no more than he's already done.
59.
It all goes down to this one.
Yeah, those shots we used to get, that's the only negative about the PDC moving to an all-pairs World Cup. That we don't get those shots anymore.
60.
However, we get the drama of all four players being on stage at once. So we'll take that.
Yeah, I like the new format this time round. I've got to be honest with you. I think it brought a certain something.
100% with you.
couldn't rely on one player playing well and getting you through things. It was
45.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I liked it.
$82.
Great cover shot from Lewis Gurney. Leaves a finish.
The game for me always already has that nerve. Watching the two players already has that nervy feel about it, doesn't it?
Lewis should require 160.
They'll know exactly what the scenario is. Because I'm pretty sure if they didn't want to,
64.
The others in the practice room would have had great delight in telling them.
Yeah, absolutely. You always get one in a group going, well, if you do this and you do that and I've done this, and everybody listens to that person, and 9 times out of 10 they get it wrong anyway.
Lewis should require 96.
So 96 for first blood. It's gone double-double.
38. Brett, you require 111.
Upstairs first.
Lovely first start.
91. Lewis should require
Such a good
58.
last start. But shows the way he's playing. He's getting attempts at these 111s.
Game shot on the first leg. Lewis Gurney.
To hold a throw. 21 darts for Lewis
Second leg
Gurney.
is Brett to throw
We're at
first.
the stage
Game
now
on.
where averages don't really matter, Phil. It's all about winning games and winning legs and putting pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, right now.
140.
If you said to both of these, average 60 and go through, they'd bite your arm off for it.
100.
Now, with dart players, we wouldn't have never done it as we told. We'd average 59 and go through.
There is that.
$140.
Been a good response from Brett Claydon here. Disappointing opening. Since then, back-to-back 140s.
60.
To put him in control of leg 2.
He knows how to hold legs. You know, it's the first thing you learn on those pro tours. You've got to hold your own throw. If you're battling to hold your own throw, you're making life very easy for your opponent.
$58.
So 141.
Brett, you require 141.
For Brett Claydon. Treble 19.
89.
Up to the treble 10. Keeps himself 52. Going way back on 283.
98.
Just be trying
Brett,
to
you
find a
require
little something
52.
to start the next leg. A little practice throw.
Game shot on the second leg. Brett Claydon.
Brett Claydon levels up. 14 dart holder throw. Yeah, and exactly what you said there, Scott. James Wade was the master of that.
Third leg, it's Lewis
halfway
to throw
through
first.
the
Game
opponent's leg. If he was out of it, switch off, prepare to hold next.
Yeah, have a couple of practice throws. Get your line in on the treble 20 again.
$100.
Just feel that Claydon looks more relaxed right now for
60.
me.
$40.
Nearly too relaxed there on that throw, I'd say.
Yeah, there was a little opportunity there, but that's now gone.
100. $58.
Just lost the
60.
radar at the moment. One low, one high. Gurney can't find a treble at the moment.
57.
I think nerves are getting to the pair of them here. They both know what's on the line.
85.
Yeah, they do. And Gurney, you know, what a big game for him against Robert Thornton to put him in this position. You can't play and defend in this situation. You really have got to go for the throat.
134. Lewis, you require 115.
115. Treble 20. 19. Double 18.
79. Brett, you require 112.
Clayton, your turn. The 112. 92. Treble 20. Would have left double 16.
56. Lewis, you require 36. No score.
How big
Brett,
could
you
that
require
miss be?
56.
Clayton held his own throat. Last time round comfortably.
16.
Oh, that's high, wide and handsome.
Lewis, you require 36.
Gurney has a reprieve here.
Now he's chasing.
18.
The young man will be disappointed
Brett, you
with that.
require 40.
Spraying him around. Can Clayton
Aim shot on
capitalise?
the third leg.
Yes,
Brett
is the
Clayton.
answer.
That's one of those situations. If you give the man enough darts at it, he will get it.
Fourth leg, it's Brett to throw first. Game on.
Now Gurney has got to bounce back from that. The young man has got to forget that.
22.
Clayton's turn to start throwing on the defensive rather than attack that treble. He was just trying to be safe, wasn't he?
100.
Just needs to relax.
$140.
Is the exit door starting
26.
to stare Lewis Gurney in the face?
So how he reacts in these next 6 darts for me.
47.
Needs another for me.
100.
That was bare minimum.
Clayton has a trebleless visit here, which he's not going to.
100.
And he would have had a chance to break.
105.
Like what he did there again, good ball management.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Knowing your surroundings and what you need.
95. Lewis, you require 170. $82.
Good recovery there.
Brett, you
from
require
Gurney.
97.
He's not going away. That's lovely from Brett.
Game shot on the fourth
And that's a
leg.
nice,
Brett
slick,
Clayton.
clean finish. And all the problems started for Gurney. Not this leg, it was the leg before where he
Fifth
had the
leg,
6
it's Lewis to
darts
throw
at a double.
first. Game on.
And didn't convert. It's put him in all sorts of mire.
41.
Absolutely. Brett Clayton knows fate is in his own hands right now.
$60.
You can see he's thinking. You can see he's thinking it. How could you not, though, in the situation? How could you not?
85.
Well, everything on the line. £5,000 tonight and a place in Champions Week where the 12 winners will play for £20,000.
125.
I can tell you, you don't do that every day of the week. Playing for that sort of
60.
Wonga.
And Claydon has stolen the darts here.
80.
Never a good time for a bounce out. But when you're in front on the throw,
140.
can he get past the blocker dart? Yes is the answer.
100.
Down to a finish first.
He almost got past twice, didn't he?
100. Brett, you require 136.
Huge moments here. Lewis Gurney's going to get a lifeline.
49. Lewis, you require 75.
18 for tops to keep his hopes
Game shot
alive.
the fifth player, Lewis Gurney.
I just thought we may get a little bit more from him there. Even though he's
gets
hit,
Brett to throw first.
it
Game
still
on.
looks like the shoulders are down.
No, he knows he's got work to do. I don't think his shoulders are down. I think
100.
You take out that nice 75 like that, nice and clean with one dart. It's a confidence builder. I think he just doesn't want to get carried away.
97.
I'm playing mind games at that point. I'm giving it a big one just to remind my opponent.
No, I wouldn't give it the big one there. Not when you got the 2. Give it the big one when you got the 3. But you give it the big one
59.
these days. What it did 10 years ago, it meant you could put your foot on your opponent's throat. Nowadays, all you do is
140.
it's sort of help them find their mojo. For me, I don't like doing it. I don't like doing it. I'd rather them think about the shot that I've just done rather than me jumping around with my fist
100.
out going, "Whoa, look at me." That's my line of thought of it. That's my psychology to it. I want him to be watching him take that double top out
58.
with one dart in my hand. I want him to remember that, not me giving it the large one when I've done it, because it looks like relief, then I don't do it all the time with me.
I'm giving it a big one, leaving the darts in the board and making him stare at them.
140.
Fair play. You probably would hit the big one going for tops. I'll give
Big
it the
5,
big
mate.
95. Brett, you require 102.
It's just the great thing about the game is how different people see it. That's the best bit about the game, that everybody has opinions. It's great.
Match point. Brett Claydon, double 16.
70.
And it has come.
Lewis, you require
And it has gone.
111.
But he's going to return
57.
for a place
Brett, you require 32.
in the semi-final. Brett Claydon stares at double 16. The Group B winner to go through to 8s. Now it gets nervous. Across the board to double 4.
28.
And it's not there.
Lewis, you require 54.
The young man comes back for 54. That's a mistake. One dart at it.
18.
It's a bit of an
Brett, you
anti-climax,
require
that
4.
one.
And he wasn't up to it. Brett Claydon has already missed 4 match darts.
Game,
But he
shot,
doesn't miss a
and the
5th.
match.
And you
Brett
can see what it
Claydon.
means to him. He looks at the heavens, gives it the big one. Brett Claydon is in the semi-final and he takes Robert Thornton with him. There's the averages. It got a little bit nervy in this one, but it is Brett Claydon who bags the points. Coming up after the break, we're going to have some reaction from the balcony.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our group stage action has now been completed. Scott Mitchell, the 2015 champion of the world, joins me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen this evening. And, well, if there's one word to describe tonight, it's tight.
Tight is the operative word. I mean, I tipped Lewis Gurney to get out of that group as top, and he was only one leg away from doing that after beating Robert Thornton. Brett Claydon came back into that group. Wow, you know, how exciting was that? And it wasn't the best game of darts average-wise, but whoa, it had us all on the edge of our seats.
There's certainly been a bit of drama this evening. So let's quickly talk about Group 1. Dan Reed played well tonight, just came up against some real stiff opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just gave himself a little too much to do in the end. But, hey, look, he got to the Saturday night. He's played okay. He's probably gone off back to his darts presentation tonight with Berkshire County. So, but yeah, I thought all the players tonight that have missed out have just been a little unfortunate.
Well, the action resumes with the semi-finals. That is from 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel. However, before that, it's our time to look forward to Champions Week, which is on the horizon Monday morning. It has come across so quickly, and this is what we have seen so far in Series 4. Week 1, all the way back in May, Danny Lauby, the first victor. He beat Wesley Harms by 4 legs to 1 in that final. We're going to see the American next week. As for Reece Robinson, well, he just had the aura, didn't he, in week 2, getting the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 1 in that particular finale. As for Neil Duff, he was the victor in week 3. He's come so close on so many occasions. He got over the line, beating Bradley Woods in that particular final. Then it was Colin Osborne's turn in week 4. He got the better of Christian Kitt at last leg decide, and the Dutch opponent left on a double to get over the line in the end. Relief from the Wizard, who gets there again. Steve West, the victor in week 5. Back-to-back Champions Weeks for him. He holds that trophy aloft quite proudly. Barry Van Peer makes it through the Champions Week this time of asking. He won through week 6 and is one of the favourites to go on and lift the title. As is Andy Bolton. He came so close last time. He got over the line this time. He beat Sebastian Białecki in a cracking final 4-3. A bit of a juicy wiggle there as well. Luke Littler is the defending champion and will go off as favourite to go on and win in Champions Week. 117 average in beating Andy Barton's 4-0 in that particular final. Have a look at that for an average. He is one of the finest talents we have ever seen. Jelle Klassen, former world champion himself, the winner in week 9, beating Chris Landman 4-0. Beat Cam Crabtree in the semis by that scoreline as well. Rene Idanes came back from 3-0 down to beat Steve Brown. 4-3 victory for him sees the German in Champions Week. And then Patrick van der Behade stunned Jared Cole last week to get over the line to claim the spoils and seal the 11th spot into the finale. And the final spot is going to be sealed tonight. And if Conor Heenahan gets over the line, there'll be 7 nationalities in Champions Week. Right, this is the list of names, Scott, that are going to be there in in a couple of days' time now. Out of them on the list already, look, Luke Littler, of course, is screaming out off the page, but who for you has got a really good chance?
Look, Barry Van Peer is in a great vein of form and arguably the hottest property in darts that doesn't have a tour card at this particular moment in time. Steve West looked great for me on that week. Andy Bolton commanded week 7. I really can't pick it. You know, we've got former world champion, or current world champion still, Neil Duff, because they haven't played another one yet. You know, where do you go? Former world champion Jelle Klassen. They've all played well in their weeks to make it, and the 12 of them, whichever 12 and whoever goes through tonight, will be ultra confident that they can pick up that big trophy in Czech in Champions Week.
So that is the 12 players the 11 of the 12 players that are going to be playing at Champions Week on Monday. Just quickly, before we leave you to join Sporty Stuff TV, just a reminder of what we've seen so far tonight at the Super Series. 6 games played, all of them going down to the wire, and in the end our semi-finals are confirmed. Jerome Mioch, Conor Heenahan, Robert Thornton and Brett Clayton are all through to the Final Four. Those are the semi-finals. We're going to see them just after 10 p.m. Right, myself and Scott are going to join Phil Bars on the stage for the 10 o'clock Topper show when we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV to preview our semi-finals. I hope you can join us on the other side. welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we are heading towards the final furlong of qualification at the MODUS Super Series. By the end of play tonight, we'll know the full 12-man field for Champions Week, which begins on Monday morning. Just 4 players are in that race for a final qualification place, and we've seen a night filled with drama, games going down to the wire, and tension riddled everywhere. In the commentary box this evening for all of the action has been Phil Bars and Scott Mitchell, and this is the best of the action.
Start 3 throws, you've got to break one, so you've got to put the pressure on at some point, and I think he held his own throw very well. And that's a nice 11 dart leg and hold a throw.
Daniel requires 60.
Missing his presentation tonight, we saw from his interview. Tops it is for Dan Reed. Once again,
Dan Reed.
All of a sudden, this one has exploded into life.
170. Jerome, you require
Pressure
81.
applied. All of a sudden, this 81 becomes difficult. It's going to get 2 at double 12. And that is absolutely outstanding.
Jerome
And that reaction says it all. He knows how big that is. Fist pump between the two. Dan Reed has had the opportunity.
8.
He craved, couldn't take it. Jerome Milk doesn't pass up a third opportunity.
You know, he beat me 3 sets to 0 there, and I just couldn't hit a double to hold my own set, and that was as simple as that. Otherwise,
game shot on the first
maybe a bit different game.
Brett
So
Claydon.
I'm still in the seniors, so hopefully we'll get another go at him.
Robert, you require 40.
Thornton approaches, stares it down, and hits it clean as a whistle.
Robert
Thornton has his finals night off to a winning start.
Connor,
The point is
require
upwards in the air,
120.
and the flight is lower than the point, but it leaves his hand. I'm seeing Conor Heenahan here doing what he's been doing most of the week.
80. Dan, you require
Would have been
62.
306. Dan Reed's going to get 2 darts to level us up. That one's wild.
Game
But
shot
the
on
recovery is
second
good.
low. Dan Reed.
You
Connor,
want to
you
think George
require
Noble was in the
92.
building.
And the boys getting their value for money tonight.
Game shot on the 6th low. Connor
What a good
Heenahan.
finish that was, clean.
Absolutely.
What
a time for a maximum. We saw the celebration, and all of a sudden, Dan Reed is on the ropes.
60. Connor, you require 90.
The 180 has done the damage. He should get at least 1 dart. He's going to get 2 at double 15. Going to get 1 more.
Game
And
shot
he's there.
and the match.
We can see what it means to Conor Heenahan.
Lewis, you require 64.
Same corridor. 1 dart, double 16.
Game shot on the 6th.
And that's all he needs. The 64
Lewis
goes. And we are going the distance again. He can't believe he's gone past those darts and it's not in.
Lewis, you require 52.
Anything past, you would think it was going to be in the green bit.
Nervous. Should have had 2.
Game
He's only going to
shot.
get 1. And he only needs 1. The first dart of the big number was a flyer. But Lewis Gurney recovers to keep his hopes alive.
Connor, you require 100.
Treble 15 will be the shot, and he's hit it.
Game shot on the
And
first
he's also
leg.
hit the tops as
Connor
well.
Heenahan. Jerome, you require 123.
Miok, 19's first. Treble 18 for the ball. He's going to get a dart at the bullseye.
Game shot on the
and that is
second leg.
sensational,
Jerome
Scott.
Miok. Jerome, you require 136.
I believe 132.
The champagne shot. Is he going to get a go?
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jerome Miok. Jerome, you require 28.
For bragging rights in
Game
Group
shot.
1.
And the
Goes
match.
to Jerome
Jerome
Miok.
Miok.
He fanned the breaker throw when he needed to.
Well, that is what we have seen so far this evening. We've been watching it in the company of Phil Bars and Scott Mitchell, the 2015 champion of the world. And Phil, it's been a night littered with drama so far, hasn't it?
Drama, tension, nerves, you name it, we've seen it tonight. You can tell that the players know there is no second chances. Champions Week is next week. They've got one eye on this week's prize, of course they have, but they can also see Champions Week and that £20,000 cheque.
Well, Scott, let's see what's happened so far tonight. These are the results from the games that we've seen so far this evening. And if it wasn't for a leg in that last game, we would probably been talking, well, we would have been talking here over a 9-dart shootout in Group 2.
And what tension and what excitement that would have been. I mean, the last game was enough tension anyway. But, yeah, we've missed out on it, unfortunately, for the fans at home. We've missed out on a 9-dart shootout, but it would have been good.
It most certainly would have. But going into Group 1, Phil, Dan Reed, he played some good stuff tonight, just unlucky in those key moments.
Yeah, he has played some good stuff, but there was a few missed darts at a double here and there. And look, he was in the tougher group, and the standout moments from the group games did come from Jeroen Mioch and Conor Heenahan. So, yes, Dan was unlucky, but those two just had a little bit more in the locker, especially in the scoring phase of the game, that Dan was hanging on in spells, was doing enough, but just never quite threatened them.
Well, these are the two respective tables then from the pool matches we've seen so far this evening. Now, Robert Thorntonville had to wait so long for his fate to be sealed, having played those first couple of matches into the semi-finals. And look, once again, we're going to ask that question, is it the time for the form?
We're always going to ask that question about Robert Thornton, but look, he did enough in that first game, getting the points early, knowing the worst-case scenario, he'd have been coming back for a 9-dart shootout, so he'd have fancied his chances. And yes, look, now he's in the semi-final, but he's got work to do because Jeroen Mioch has played some really good stuff. We've seen fits from Robert Thornton. In spells, it's been very, very good. The scoring's been there, but in other spells, he's just dropped off. He needs to put it all together, but to do that over the next two games is going to be tough, and I'm not sure it's in the locker, if I'm being honest, from what I've seen tonight.
As far as Jeroen Mioch is concerned, Scott, he's played some good stuff tonight, and we've not really spoken about him yet.
No, he's going about his business in a really good manner. He's you know, he started to light the place up in his last game. The ton shot plus shot out started to come in. He started to throw at a quicker pace. He started to look really impressive.
He most certainly is, and it is Jeroen Mioch up against Robert Thornton, which is going to be the first of our semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Only 4 more men have got the opportunity now to put their place into Champions Week in Series 4 of the MODUS Super Series. It is a battle of Holland up against Scotland to start. It's Mioch up against Thornton. But before we get the action underway, well, this week we have seen a masterclass in finishing, to quote Glenn Dowen, and these are some of the best of the lot. This week's checkout of the week is a fishing frenzy. We begin with this particular attempt from Conor Heenahan to wrap up a victory against Robert Thornton on Thursday night. As for Dan Reed, he took out this 1-5-7 effort against Charlie Large. Dan the man was a danger as the week went along. As for Robbie King, well, he finished off with a fish against Gino Voss. He was unable to progress his way through to Saturday evening's Big Bonanza. As for Gino Voss, well, he had a bullseye attempt of his own. Clipping the 25, the perfect marker for the bullseye. As for Lewis Gurney, well, we couldn't end without a fish, could we? This 170 against Robbie King. There is now only 3 more games in terms of qualification for Champions Week left, and we kick off with the semi-final battle between Jeroen Mioch and Robert Thornton. Who is going to put their place in the finale later on this evening? Let's find out in the company of the 2015 champion of the world, Scott Mitchell, who's alongside Phil Bars in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry. And here we are, Scott, semi-final time in week 12, all on the line here for these 4. No going back.
No, absolutely not. Big chances, big moments. You can not only feel the prize tonight, you're 2 games away from being in that big, big Champions Week. If you're looking at this through averages from over the evening, Robert Thornton's posted a 91.
Game on.
And an 85. And Jeroen Mioch has posted a 90. And a 92
96, I think, 97. So, on form tonight and on averages tonight, you would say that Miok
150
has the game. But I'm sure Robert Thornton will have a little more to say about it than that.
83.
Yeah, he's tenacious, isn't he? That he's never going to give it up. And then he's going to have to find something extra, though, from what we've seen in the group stages.
26.
What I think could happen here is Robert's not a slow player by any means.
59.
But he's not quite as fast as maybe some of the opponents that Miok has had this evening. And I noticed on Monday that he played better at a faster pace. And he could actually get his pace knocked a little here.
$96.
Massive 180 in leg one for Jeroen Miok. Thornton is going to have
100.
to find the top gear in this tie.
59.
Yeah, he certainly is, because
you require 80.
Miok here, an 80 after 12. Could this be a 14 dart checkout? Now for 15.
70.
Didn't really need to go for that. He could have 2'd that up, I think. But there we go. We will find out. A 180 here, what pressure that would put on. Look at the size of that bed.
100.
All in one corner on the right. So now
you require 10.
It's must
Game
hit for
shot on the
Miok.
first leg.
And it seemed to me that's what he
Miok.
needed.
Yeah, if he'd have missed, we'd have questioned his board management, because
Second
Thornton
leg,
not
it's
being on a
Roberts to throw
finish
first.
at that
Game
point,
on.
you'd have been tempted to either bust or plonk one in the big two to come back for double four, but he got away with it.
180.
Thornton comes back with a 180 of his own.
140.
This one has caught light from the off. We said that Thornton would have to up it.
43.
And he's done exactly that. But it still may not be enough.
Miok would come into this semi-final thinking, I've just got to hold my own throw. Robert knows he has to break one.
100.
The only actual bull-up of the week comes with the final, where the players bull up for the final on Saturday night. That's the only first or the throwing order that is not decided before you go to the board.
All of a sudden, the Robert Thornton throw
100
is under pressure, despite him opening with a max. Jeroen Miok should get at least a dart of the ball. Is going to get a dart of the ball to break.
65. Robert, you require
Not taken.
78.
Tops for Thornton.
38. Jerome, you require 25.
Remonstrates there where and what happened to that tops.
He just felt that had to go.
Game shot on the second leg.
Because you just felt
Jerome Miok.
that was always going to go. And you can see what it means. The celebration from him.
Third leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game
Thornton
on.
staring up at the sky.
7th time here on the Saturday finals night.
60.
He cannot be thinking, here we go again. Once you get here, you've got to find a bit of determination here, Robert.
140.
That's something that Robert Thornton has always had in his game. Will give you everything until the bitter end.
59.
We've seen him in worse positions. And he's found a way.
140.
Can he find a way here at the Live Lounge?
$59.
He's certainly doing enough here on the Miok throw.
57. 180. Robert, you require
And out of
164.
nowhere comes the 180 for Miok.
With those huge points.
81.
He can place them on a pinhead.
143.
Treble 17 for a dart at double 16.
Game shot
Oh
on the
my!
third leg.
What are we seeing
Jerome
here?
Miok.
That is absolutely sensational from Jeroen Miok, and you can see it. He knows he's playing well. The 180,
Fourth leg,
the
it's Robert to throw
143
first.
finish. Robert
Game on.
Thornton now has nowhere to go. It is 4 on the spin, or it is a semi-final defeat for Thornton.
Yeah,
57.
Jerome has added that 143 shot to a 123 and a 136 that he's already had this evening. The treble 20. It's the size of a
78.
house on those evenings, and the doubles, they feel like that outside bit of the board, not that little double wire. He's seeing them as big as a house.
100.
Yeah, right now, Jeroen Miok is sending a statement to everyone else.
$80.
Charlie Corstefine there, our referee. We haven't mentioned him all evening. Quietly going about his business.
180.
As Thornton is trying to get back into this match.
That's a sign of the best officials, because you don't mention them.
60.
Yeah, if you
Robert,
don't know
require
they're there.
164.
They're doing a fantastic job. 164 coming in for Thornton. Not going to be this time.
$40.
180 here, like in the last leg, and there would have been question marks.
60. Robert, you require 124.
Does he go for it?
Game
Oh,
shot on
yes,
the
he
fourth
does.
leg. Robert Thornton.
Stunning 1-2-4 finish from Robert Thornton. Just taps Jeroen Miok on the shoulder
Fifth
and
leg,
says,
it's Jerome to
I'm
throw
not done yet,
first.
mate.
Game on.
Average is not too shabby either.
96. $100. $93.
Has that just stunned Jeroen Miok? Because for the first time,
140.
Robert Thornton is averaging more than Miok. I know that averages are only a guide. But is it making the young man think?
100.
Possibly. It can make him defend. He'll be sat there thinking, well, hang on a minute, I was 3-0 up here. I've still got a little way to go. You don't panic yet.
100.
You've got to go and put Robert under some sort of pressure when he gets to that double this time round. And at the moment, he's not quite doing enough.
60.
That's a
Robert, you
troublous
require
visit again.
161.
Thornton's gone to the bag for the short irons, and he's set up beautifully.
He's going to get a go. Will come back for double 12 for a break of throw.
132.
Yes,
Robert,
it's
you
under
require
pressure.
24.
Is Thornton up to it? Comes inside. Double 6. Last start in hand.
18.
And it goes begging.
The pressure was put on from
Jerome, you
Miok there.
required 20.
He applied the pressure, and now he's got to apply the finish.
Jeroen Miok, double 10 for a place in the final. Up to 5s. Last start. Is he up to it?
10.
No.
Robert, you required 6.
It goes begging. Thornton's coming back. But it's a tricky double 3. This is Harry Houdini. He's got to go up, over and swerve it a little bit.
No score.
Caught the flight, lost its
Jerome,
destination.
10.
It's a nervy dart. He's pulled it. He's going to get one more. And this time, Jeroen Mioch is into the final. We see what it means to him. It was a game he dominated. In fairness, it got a little bit nervy towards the end. But our first finalist for week 12 is Jeroen Mioch. 87.77 average for him. That blockbuster 1-4-3 finish books his place in the final. Coming up after the break, our second semi-final. Brett Claydon taking on Conor Heenahan.
And so the race for the final Champions Week place is now down to just 3 players. Robert Thornton eliminated at the semi-final stages. Jerome Mioch, a 4-1 victor. Scott Mitchell has been watching that down in the commentary box. He joins us up here now on the balcony. It was a game centred around a huge passage of play from Jerome Mioch. 3-2-3 in 6 starts, and it felt as if it kind of knocked the stuffing out the Fawn.
It actually did, and it's very difficult to come back from that when you see your player is playing that well. I mean, that first start was absolutely beautiful. We actually, I think we commented that how he follows his first start is just superb. And this is the Mioch that I saw in the Euro Tour qualifiers for the associate members in the PDC. This is the player I played against. He was doing things like this that day.
This 1-4-3, putting him into a 3-0 lead against Robert Thornton. He'd run out in the end a 4-1 victor, and here's our first finalist through, and that final will take place at around about 11 o'clock. Well, we still do have one more semi-final to go here at the Super Series. It's between Brett Clayton and Conor Heenahan. We'll preview that in a little bit more detail in just a second. But, of course, these players are playing for the final spot at Champions Week, which begins on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. And this is the cast list they're looking to join. It began back in May. Danny Lau be the first man through. He got the better of Wesley Hans by 4-1. There's going to be American representation at Champions Week. Reece Robinson was the convincing victor in week 2. He got the better of Chad Barstow by 4-1 in the finale. You see what it meant to Sugar Reece Robinson. Well, Neil Duff bandaged his hoodoo when it came to the Super Series, beating Bradley Roos by 4-1 to win week 3. We're going to see the WDF World Champion through. We're also going to see Colin Osborne's second appearance at Champions Week for him. He got the better of the 4-man Christian Kiss, 4-3 in the final. Kiss left on a double to win it. Steve West, the winner in week 5. It's a return to Champions Week, 2-2 for Simply Steve West. He holds the trophy aloft. He had some real pride in that. Berry Van Peer made it to the semi-finals last time. He's into Champions Week this time. He beat Scott Taylor in a high-quality final. Talking about high quality, Andy Bolton was superb once again at the Super Series. He beat Sebastian Białecki 4-3. And we saw a little juicy wiggle. Well, Luke Littler is the defending champion, and he's going to come back to defend the title on Monday morning. An average of 117.88. in deposing of the highly fancied beast Andy Bartons in the final by 4-0. Those stats say it all. 5 excellents in that final. As for Jelle Klassen, he's also making a Champions League return. He beat Chris Landman 4-0. In fact, he won both his semi-final and final with a whitewash scoreline. As for week 10, it was René Idams, a German, who came back from 3-0 down to beat Steve Brown in a last leg decider. The Cube is looking to solve the Super Series puzzle. And Patrick van den Berhade got the better of Jared Cole in the final last week, a 33-1 outsider. He's going to be back on Monday morning. And that was what it meant to Patrick van den Berhade. So this is the list of names that's going to make their way into Champions Week. It began with Danny Lau being week 1, Patrick van den Berhade, and one more question mark will complete the field. But it's that middle bunch there, the middle 4 of West, Van Peer, Bolton, Littler, and you could even include Klassen, who will probably go off as favourites. Yeah, absolutely. In the way that they won, Klassen in particular, he was so dominant in his semi-final and final on that Saturday night. This is what the bookies go off of. They'll look at the average, they'll look at the stats, and I think on this occasion they'll be right to go the way that it goes. Right, second semi-final time here at the Super Series. It sees Brett Clayton in action up against Conor Heenahan. Now, these two had an interesting battle earlier on in the week. Now, Conor Heenahan on Thursday night was 3-1 up on Brett Clayton, went on to lose 4-3 in that particular battle. So Brett Clayton knows what it's like to get the better of Conor Heenahan, but Heeno has shown some real good stuff this evening. He has, but I don't think we can go on what Brett Clayton's done this evening. He's been under pressure the whole time. He didn't have the throw in his first game. Then when he did, he knew that he had to win, and he had to win by a certain margin to go through. Did we think he would ever go through with a 74 average and top the group? No, of course not. But the fact of the matter is, he did. He tops the group. He has the throw here. Conor Heenahan is one true gritty guy. We talked about he's got that little bit of magic dust, that little bit of something about him that he makes things look very easy. If he starts doing that, Brett's going to have to up his average by a long way. Well, it's our second semi-final here at the Super Series. It sees Brett Clayton looking to make it through to his first final, whilst Conor Heenahan narrowly missed out in Series 3 in qualifying for Champions League. He wants to go one better after losing out to Mike Warburton last time out. Let's see what happens in this one as Scott Mitchell makes his way over to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Hello again, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. And here we go. Semi-final number 2. Conor Heenahan against Brett Clayton. One of them will face Jeroen Miok in the final for a £5,000 cheque and a place in Champions Week. Conor, 24, proud Irishman. Can he get the better of Brett Clayton here? If we're going off the form in the group stages, you would say Heenahan is favourite, but that all goes out the window.
First leg, it's Brett to throw first. Game on.
And courtesy of topping Group 2, Brett Clayton has the darts here. So Heenahan will need to find a break of throw. But Clayton got a bit edgy. He got a bit nervous in that last group game. Just did enough. But he's going to have to put those nerves to one side here, because Heenahan means business. And he's bombed it down the stairs. Getting your steps in today, Scotty.
Yeah, the upward ones and the downward ones. I find the downward steps easier though. Yeah, like I said, up on the top of the balcony, you know, Brett does have the pedigree, but if Conor keeps playing the way he has this evening, he's going to have to find a few points on his average. And that 180 from Brett just goes to show it's there.
It is. But despite that 180, he's still behind on his darts.
96.
If you blitz your way out of the group, you see things a little bit differently in this semi-final. But it's the first time this week. It's like winner takes all. You know, we're back to a knockout, which is what the guys are used to. But it's still a very short format compared to what they're used to.
Conor, you require 121.
Yeah, now they know there's no second chance. In that group game, you can potentially lose your opener and still get through.
81.
And although he's teed up tops,
136.
when your opponent's on a finish, I don't like that way.
$58. Conor, you require 40.
Heenahan for the
Aim
opener.
shot on the first leg.
And there is that
Conor
break of throw. 13 dart leg for Heenahan. Breaks in the opener. And now all of a sudden,
second leg, it's Conor to throw
Clayton
first.
is under the cosh early in this second semi-final.
He sure is. And
52.
He needs to do something about it now. This is an opportunity, and if he's going to get back into this game, it has to be now. And oh boy, I think it's like he's got an earpiece in. He can hear me.
I think he needs a couple of 2 travel visits back to back, just to put Conor on the back foot.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Phil. I totally agree with that. And it'll give him a lift as well. It'll give Brett a lift to
60
to feel he can go on.
Yeah, because he kicks off with a 140. Yeah, Heenahan
134
is now in front still.
Yeah, 140 backed by a 60 it feels like a ton because it is a ton. The 140s all of a sudden gets downgraded.
99.
215 plays 202.
100.
Big last start there from Conor Heenahan.
None of the guys left to be thinking about next week. They'll be thinking about the games in front of them first. They won't be thinking about next week until that final double goes in at the end of the evening.
Or if one of them is thinking about it, they could pay the ultimate price and take their eyes off the prize.
Yeah, that's dead
99.
That's definite.
Brett, you
That could
require
happen.
142.
We saw a huge 1-4-3 in the first semi-final. You feel this is on par. This may have to go.
120.
This time it's the wrong side of the wire.
Connor, you require 16.
He almost did that with a 170. Right. In his first game tonight against Thornton.
Game shot on the second
It's a
leg.
fabulous recovery
Connor
dart.
Heenan.
You can see what it means to Conor Heenan there, the fist pump, because when dart 1 just
Third
clipped the
leg, it's
wire and
Brett to throw
kicked,
first.
he didn't
Game
like
on.
it one bit. He's not a very good poker player, is Conor.
To be fair, most dart players aren't, if I'm honest. We give too much away at times.
180.
Playing again with second 180 of the match. Still finds himself trailing by 2 legs.
45.
The one you wouldn't want to play poker with is Krzysztof Ratajski. He gives nothing away.
I remember I asked for an old battered set of flights once. He never let me have them either. So yeah, you're right.
45.
But again, it was a fabulous 180 from Brett Claydon at the start of this leg. But he's kind of
60.
undone it. But this time he's got away with it because Heenan can't find anything. But you just feel that this game is all about Conor Heenan.
58.
If he's on, I think he runs away with it.
$59.
But if you're Brett Claydon, this is what you want to see. 3 treble-less visits from Conor Heenan, and it's turning into a comfortable
123.
throw at the moment for Brett Claydon.
These semi-finals
60.
here, when you're playing
Brett,
for the
you
money
require
that's up for
95.
grabs. And if you do make the fight, it feels like you played 2 finals. They're that big here on a Saturday night. Semi-finals are
Game
definitely
shot on the third leg.
very difficult
Brett Claydon.
mentally. And Brett Claydon is now, you have to say, back in this semi-final,
Fourth leg,
although
it's Connor to throw first.
to really, truly keep himself in it, you feel he's going to have to break Connor's throw here.
177.
Yeah, and I'm not just looking at it from a commentator's point of view, but if you're a player and you're thinking, please have the off leg on your darts when you need a break.
96.
But you've had it on mine, and you've given me a comfortable hold.
Yeah, agreed. That's exactly what happened there. Connor is now
44.
starting to boss the hockey a little bit. He's taking a little bit more time before he throws, and I'm not sure that suited him. It didn't that throw.
140.
Huge visit, and it's game on again. Conor Heenan just tightening up a little bit.
98.
I don't know. He doesn't come across the sort of player that does tighten up. It may have showed there at that leg, but Brett Claydon certainly isn't.
133.
Yeah, that first dart was dragged way low. And that drag normally comes from tension in the arm.
65. Brett, you require
Quite unusual that a player
132.
sort of points the dart in a different direction and then brings it back and lines it up as he goes to let go.
Bullseye for the champagne shot.
107.
That's unlucky.
Connor, you require 170.
I think if he'd have stepped over 6 inches and thrown that would have gone in. He just caught the flight. The flight was at the wrong angle.
This is huge.
Heenan now
97.
chasing another ton plus
Brett
finish on the
required
evening.
25.
Doesn't convert, and it is important. It's a big darts.
This is huge.
9.
How's that not gone in? And you can see the
Connor, you
anguish
required 20.
on Brett Claydon's face.
When it left his hand, it's missed by that close. When it's left his hand, he's thought that's there.
Tricky fives for Heenan.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Conor Heenan.
Don't tell me it doesn't matter to these players. it may only be the semi-final, but they know
Fifth
what
leg
this
is
means.
Brett to throw first.
Can you imagine what the
Game
final's
on.
going to be like? It's going to be turbocharged.
$100.
Claydon not going anywhere here. It's a good start of a ton. You'd like to think that probably
125.
the run of the green is going Heenahan's way.
Yeah, I think that leg was huge for many reasons. One,
45.
It gives Connor the 2-leg cushion again. But more importantly, it stopped the Brett Claydon charge. Because at that point, he was the better player.
140.
Yeah, we'd be seeing a different game had he managed to convert that double 8.
Yeah, 2-all. You're in the ascendancy. You've dragged it back from 2-0 down. You're playing better.
$44.
On the Brett Claydon darts here, Connor Heenahan is in front.
85.
And now he's favourite. He's got 6 darts for 192 and a place in the final. Needs a treble.
60.
Double treble visit here from Claydon would make things very interesting indeed.
100. Connor, you require 132.
Our champagne cork's going to be popping. 57. How much of this ball can he see? It's awkward, but it's a match dart.
Game.
That is absolutely outstanding from Connor Heenahan. The champagne shot to seal a place in the final. He's almost done a Dean Win Stanley and run off the stage, but that sets up the final. It is going to be Connor Heenahan against Jeroen Miok, and you can see what it means to him. And you just get this feeling that the final could be something special. Coming up after the break will be the final. Connor Heenahan against Jeroen Miok.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have ourselves a final of the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Scott Mitchell has made his way down from the commentary box up here to the balcony to assess what we see so far tonight. Let's just see the results then from the evening session. It feels like a long time ago when Jerome Meok and Dan Reed kicked proceedings off, but our two semi-finals both won convincingly and won by the two players who made it through Group 1, Jerome Meok and Conor Hinahan. They're going to meet in the final in around about 15 minutes' time. But Scott, let's reflect on that second semi-final. And first things first, that 1-3-2 from Conor Hinahan, what a way to win a semi-final.
Yeah, it was indeed, because the first dart really wasn't helpful to him at all. You can see it's basically stands in the middle and it's blocked it. He's had to come across a good stride to the left. And what a great use of the dart. He hits the top side of it. He is over the moon with that. When I was travelling up here to come up to see you, Henry, he was downstairs heading towards the what would we say, the toilet break, and he was still screaming and clenching his fists and really happy about how he played. So look, he knows he's going to be in the game. He knows that Jerome's not going to go away, but what a way to finish a semi-final. It's just a dream finish, isn't it?
And I'll tell you what, if he ran any further on that stage, he would have walked into the wall. That is how excited Conor Hinahan was to get through. And Conor Hinahan also takes the spurs when it comes to the checkout of the week competition. Just take a look at it. It's the biggest of the... So Conor Hinahan with that big fish there to get the better of Robert Thornton by 4-1. And that could have conceivably have been the final this evening, but Thornton eliminated in the semi-finals by Jerome Meok. Now, myself and Scott will preview that game in a little bit more detail in just a second, but next week is such a big week here at the Super Series. Champions Week is on the horizon. We've already got the take of Scott Mitchell this evening on what he thinks is going to happen over the next 6 days. Let's head down to the commentary box, because Phil Bars has been, well, he's been here from Dart 1, day 1, and he's going to cast his eye all over Champions Week. And Phil, it's our 4th Champions Week now in this Super Series format. Is this the best field yet?
Yeah, 100%, Henry. This is the best lineup we are going to have, regardless of whether it's Jerome Meok or Conor Hinahan. With the other 11, it's a star-studded field. Whether you're in Group A, B or C, it is just littered with quality, littered with champions, winners, you name it, we have it. Next week, it is not to be missed.
Luke Little has been harbouring all the headlines. Does he go off favourite in your eyes?
Yeah, absolutely, and rightfully favourite as well. But there's a different pressure. He's defending the title. Will be the first person potentially to defend the title. Back-to-back wins, back-to-back £20,000 as well for a young man. So there's a lot on the line. However, every time a question is asked of Luke Littler, he finds the answers and throws something back at us to talk about. So yes, he will go off favourite, but I hope he's not too short a favourite and puts added pressure on him.
Outside of Luke Littler, there's plenty of contenders there. Who for you, in your mind, could be the biggest challenger to Luke Littler's title defence?
I think there's a few of them. On his day, Danny Lalby can be explosive. I don't think his B game is particularly strong, but on any given day, Danny Lalby can rock up and just batter people off the board. So him potentially, and then the other two that really stand out is Neil Duff and Andy Bolton, two that have quality. Andy Bolton in that category of one of the best players and not to have a tour card right now. And obviously Neil Duff has won at Lakeside, so he knows what it takes to win on the biggest stages for the biggest stakes in terms of prizes and money. So I'm looking forward to those three potentially.
And for someone like a Colin Osborne, who has got experience of getting through to Champions League before, has experience of winning big competitions, former Championship League winner, could he be the type of player that goes under the radar next week?
Yeah, I think he will go under the radar because of the ones he's up against. Colin Osborne is a fabulous player, but perhaps doesn't have those scoring surges that the others have, and he may win games when the others just slightly off, and he's at that consistent level. So do I think he can win Champions Week? I think he's an outsider, has the ability to, but I think he has to up his scoring level to take on some of these big boys.
And just finally, I just want to talk a little bit more generically with you, Phil, because you've been here ever since the first dart was thrown at home back in 2020. now we're in our 4th Champions Week here. The competition's growing more and more internationally all the time. Could you, when you basically sat there on that first day at home, imagine that we would be sat in this position now, 3.5 years down the line?
Absolutely not. That first week was car crash, but we found a way. We started with just a webcam and laptops. We soon progressed. We got a split cam involved. And then we've gone on, and there's been so much resources, so much work behind the scenes, so many people involved that you wouldn't even know. But it's been just tireless to get to where we are now. The product is only going one way. It's a superb product for any player outside the 128. You see on the socials, you see people just chit-chatting around the darting circles. Anyone that doesn't have a tour card wants to play here. It is a huge deal, and for me, it's now the next best thing outside the 128.
And just quickly, your thoughts and assessment ahead of this final?
I think it's got everything. These two have been the best two players across the week, across this evening. They met in the group stages, and it was Jeroen Mioch who got the better of Conor Heenahan. I just think that maybe it's going to be reversed here. There's just something about Conor Heenahan that I said from Monday when I was here. I fancy Conor Heenahan to win it. I'm not changing my mind. I just think he finds a way, whether it's a big finish or an explosive leg. I just think he has the fireworks, and they're going to go up this evening.
Well, Phil, you're going to be in the commentary box for the final. We'll let you get ready and prepare for that. Thank you so much for your time. Scott Mitchell's still alongside me up here on the balcony. And as I say, let's go back to that Champions Week conversation, because, yes, Luke Littler goes off as favourite, but you mentioned the name Barry Van Peer earlier on this evening. What, for you, makes him such a big contender, do you think, for next week's competition?
Well, look, the biggest tournament, really, off of the 128 that are in the PDC, that's the Challenge Tour, and he's streets ahead in the Challenge Tour, but in many finals, won lots of them. He's way out there, so he's kind of the hottest property in darts outside that top 128. Has he got what it takes to challenge Luke Litter in form? I don't know. It's going to be a strange week, but look, it's not going to be a one-man show. I do know that.
Do join us Monday morning, 9:30, Sporty Stuff TV, to see the action unfold. And we're going to put our final name into that Champions Week Wall of Honour now, because the final is about to get underway in a couple of minutes' time. It sees Jeroen Mioch, the Dutchman, in action up against Conor Heenahan. Conor has been here before. He's come close before, lost out to Mike Warburton in a final. He knows what it's like to be here, but it's now about getting over the line.
It is about getting over the line for him, and like I say, he seems a very determined character. He knows it was a long road back to get back to this final. He was telling me that on Monday. He had a lot of work to do this week to get there. He's achieved, he's done it. He can't now come here and go, you know, I've done it, I'm here. He's now got to keep that spirit going if he's going to win this final.
We've spoken so much about his 9-dart pedigree in this competition. Do you feel like if he wins this final, he's proved a point that beyond the 9-darters, I can put in something special over the course of a week?
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice that people are talking about the 9-darters, but I think he wants somebody to be, he wants to do something else, so that we're talking about something else here for him. You know, he's very conscious of that, and he knows that every time he comes here, no matter what group he's in, because of those 9-dart things, he's going to be the favourite.
As far as Jeroen Mioch's concerned, now I spoke to you on the stage at 10 o'clock and I said, is Jeroen Mioch going under the radar? We were talking about Thornton, talking about Heenahan, but the name Jeroen Mioch was just sliding underneath a little bit.
Absolutely. I knew that he was going to be dangerous on Monday morning. I knew. We're now starting to see the Jeroen that I've seen on Challenge Tours and on Euro Tour qualifiers. He really does have the pedigree. He likes the big stage and he likes a big chance. He's got a big chance tonight, and my head is telling me that he can come through it, but my heart is also telling me I'd like to see Conor Heenahan win it. It is one of those.
So you're basically sitting on the fence?
The fence isn't big enough to take me. So I've never been able to sit on the fence. I'm just saying, my head says the way that it's gone tonight, Mioch is the form player, but my heart is saying I'd really like to see Conor Heenahan do it.
Shall we get it on?
Let's get it on.
Well, it is final time, and in around about 15 minutes' time, we will know the full field for Series 4 Champions Week. The last spot is up for grabs. It sees Jerome Mioch in action, looking to join already a big cast list of Dutch players into Champions Week. Up against Conor Heenan, a victory for him would mean 7 nations will be represented at Series 4 Champions Week. Scott Mitchell is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the final of week 12. It all comes down to this. Mioch against Heenan, £5,000 and a place in Champions Week. These two have been the best 2 players. And now they meet in the final. So far, it was Jerome Mioch who got the better of Conor Heenan in the group stage. Is it going to be repeat or revenge in the final?
First leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
Importantly, it is Jerome Mioch who won the ball in the back room. This is the only game where the players bull up, and it is Mioch who has won the ball.
62.
The best of 7 for a place at Champions Week. Who's going to hold their nerve?
134.
Who's going to find something special? We will find out over the next 10 to 15 minutes who it can
100.
be. Scott has bolted down those stairs to join me. I'm looking forward to this one. Are you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an eerie feeling when you come back from up there and you come back to it. It's the first and the only time that the players' room is empty. There's always a bit of hive of activity during the week, and there is all evening a bit of anticipation. It's like after the storm, you come through that players' room there to come back to the commentary box, and there's just nobody there. Everybody's interested in what's going on stage.
64.
Listening to you and Henry up on the balcony, that Mioch has been the most consistent this evening, but
93.
the fact that Heenan has been here before, has felt the disappointment before, will he learn from it, and do you think that makes him stronger?
Yeah, absolutely, and it makes him probably a little bit more of an all-round player and a little bit more experienced than Mioch. But Mioch this evening has gone about business in a very business-like way. He's been under the cosh maybe once or twice this evening and come through it.
You require 158.
It's going to be about whether things like this shot go out against him.
Yeah, if I'm Conor Heenan, that you need to apply pressure because there was a wobble in that Thornton game.
58.
And although he came through it,
require 40.
He didn't come through it with a moment of quality. He came through because Robert Thornton missed. Granted, he still then got to step in and take it, but apply that pressure to him as he takes the opener in 17 on throw.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
And those 48mm points finding their way to the double here in leg 1. My fear for Conor is that maybe he wants it too badly, having been here before. That's the only thing I think that can stop him. I think he's got to continue to attack and drive this home, because if he thinks about anything else, then it won't happen.
95.
And Mioch looking to apply a bit of pressure here.
140.
That gets him back level on throw. Heenan
100.
Down to 210. But Mioch should start downstairs.
81.
Made a little bit of a mess of that, especially after the first start.
He has, and the other thing that Mioch's done tonight, he's always been in front. He hasn't trailed a game yet tonight, and that's where, if I was Conor, I would be trying to just get that odd leg in front of him if I could, to see what he would do about being behind.
Yeah, ask the questions. We know you're a great front runner.
114.
But can you chase me? Treble 18 would have left tops, but this is an early opportunity.
58. Jerome, you require 82.
And imagine the bullseye first. Plum, 2 at double 16.
Aim shot on the second leg. Jerome
Look at him. Prancing around the stage like a peacock. He knows that's a huge moment.
Third leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game
big plumage. There's no two ways about it. There's big plumage up there on the stage.
Peacockery at the finest.
100.
That was all about the first dart, giving him the 2 at double 16.
$26.
We're seeing Connor under the cosh once more.
137.
He's right up against it here.
Yeah, exactly. And the only thing you can do against scoring like that is to score
100.
back like it. And that's not the easiest thing to do.
No, and you know, when tons aren't enough, that your opponent is doing something special. A 180 doesn't even get him level.
57. Jerome, you require 164. $28.
Again, he's made a mess of that, but he's so far in front, it shouldn't really damage him.
Yeah, when there's no pressure on, you can make
92.
mistakes.
Jerome, you require 136.
Another for double 8.
Game
Oh
shot in the third leg. Jerome Meoch.
He knows he's playing well. He knows he's on the cusp. Jerome
Fourth
Meoch
leg, it's Connor to throw first.
is a leg away
Game on.
from Champions Week.
What a time to do your second 136 of the evening. We have seen him do that already this evening. And that was a carbon copy. Same route, same way.
100.
And same. He was so clinical.
Yeah, 17, 14, 15 with a 136 finish.
180.
This is turning into something special.
60.
This is of the highest order. Currently averaging 103.
60.
Conor Heenahan needs something. Needs a spark.
28.
And can't find it.
$140.
Down to 121 after 9.
98. Jerome, you require 121.
Is this Jerome Meoch's destiny? 80 scored. 41 left.
89.
Leaves double 16 for glory.
60. Jerome, you require 32.
Double 16 to win. How much can he see?
Game,
Enough
shot,
is
and
the
match.
answer.
And the MODUS Super
Jerome
Series
Meoch
Weeks World
produces
Champion.
an absolute
Jerome Meoch.
stunning performance to beat Conor Heenahan 4-0, win week 12 of Series 4 of the MODUS Super Series, booking his place at Champions Week. There's the stats. The average just dipped towards the end with a couple of missed darts at double, but it's still 98.56. 180, but it is the 57% on the doubles, the 136. Absolutely stunning. Back-to-back 15 dart legs to seal victory. 17, 14, 15, 15, including that 136 high finish. He bullied Conor Heenahan from the off, and Heenahan didn't have the answers. Now we're going to pass over to the stage and our official, Mr. Charlie Corstefine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our presentation. So to present the trophy, would you please welcome to the stage the former Lakeside World Champion, Scotty Dog, Scott Mitchell. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's won the final spot into Champions Week, and he is the MODUS Super Series Week 12 champion, Jerome Meok.
Well, Jerome, many congratulations. Let me bring you in here just for a quick little chat. Many congratulations. I'll just turn you around very quickly. Well done. Many congratulations.
Thank you,
You're
mate.
into Champions Week. Well done.
Thank you, mate.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
I don't know.
I mean, you've put in an amazing performance in that final. Your average was 98.5 against Connor. I mean, the emotion on your face says it all. This means a hell of a lot to you, doesn't it?
I had a feeling. My feeling says there's no one going to beat you tonight. I don't know. I don't know what it... Yeah.
Where does that feeling stem from? Was it just something you felt, or was it just like you just had that inner belief tonight? Did something just click?
Yeah. What you say, but I don't know. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't. Yeah.
We played a couple of times a few months ago.
Yeah.
And I got you once, and you got me once. And that sort of the way that you've played tonight was the way that you handed me my own backside, by the way. and I tipped you at the start of the week on Monday. I said, at 5-1 to win the group, you were the outside bet. And I said, but I don't think 5-1 to win the group is the outside bet. I said, to win the whole week, he had a chance to win the whole week if he turns up and plays like he did. And you did all that. As the week grew, you got better and better and better. Did you feel more relaxed as the week went on?
No, I feel I had a lot of pressure before we beginning tonight. I had a lot of pressure, but I win my first match. I had some little bit of luck. Dan missed 68 for the match. I hit the 4-4, and I win the first game. Connor beats Dan. So we knew we both to the semi-finals. So the last game in the group, the pressure was off. No, I win that game, and it felt what I said.
I can see the emotion on your face right now.
Man.
Is this your
Unbelievable,
proudest moment in darts?
Yes, man. Yes, of course. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have no.
The Super Series is spreading far and wide now, and we know that it's getting known around Europe. Is it starting to sort of, come to the players in Holland, and everybody wants to be here?
Yeah. There are so many players who wants to be here, and I want to thank the ADC Europe that they have invited me to play here. It was my second time, and my goal for from the beginning of the week was do it better than last time. Yeah, no, of course I did it better.
I was going to say,
you did it last time. Yeah,
and now you've got to do it again next week. Champions Week, obviously, starting Monday morning. So, it's a quick turnaround.
Can you
I have to
get
call
the
my
time
manager
off?
to book a week more in the hotel. Yes.
I was going to say, can you get the time off? Is that okay?
Yeah.
If you're the boss of Jerome Meok, book him the week of work, please. We want him here at Champions Week. Well, Jerome, we're so pleased to see you win here this week. I can see the smile on your face. It's really good to see. I'll let you go off and celebrate. Many congratulations on your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jerome Meok. I'll take that. Well, Scott, you can just see from the moment he started talking to us, from the moment he hit that winning double, and he's still celebrating now on the stage, just how much that moment meant to him. And we say it quite a lot here, that this competition has such importance and gives players like Jerome such a platform to grow.
It does. I mean, the fact that, like he's just said, that it's spreading across Europe, the fact that how big the Super Series is for players, it's a great thing to come here and win. And to get to Champions Week, it's going to take his game so much further forward. No matter how he does next week, he will be learning a lot about himself and about the game. And he's a young man that this ain't the first time you're going to see him winning stuff.
Is it an advantage or disadvantage to be week 12? You've got that adrenaline of winning week 12, but we don't know the groups yet. We'll finalise that in due course. But Is there a possibility that the 2 weeks could also come as a consequence?
Well, I'm worried for him that he's going to get bored if he has 1 day off. He got bored when he said he had 2 days off and he didn't know what to do with himself. So he's got another day off tomorrow minimum. Look, I think that he's just got to enjoy tonight for being tonight. Get back, phone the family, do what you need to do this evening. Let it all sink in, and I'm sure he'll come back with an air of confidence, because if it is the last week and you get through the last week, there's no more time and no more confidence for him than starting to play again straight away. So, you know, you can't buy confidence. You've got to earn it, and he's earned it tonight.
Should be a good Champions Week.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah, I'll be watching, that's for sure.
Well, Scott, it's been an absolute pleasure to have your company over numerous times in Series 4. Thank you so much for being a part of our punditry team. And we're going to get Champions Week underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are going to be joining myself for the coverage over the course of 6 days, when we find out whether Luke Littler can defend or whether there's going to be a fourth name on the title. But as far as week 12 is concerned at the Super Series, Miok was the master. Geronimo at the Live Lounge.